buena, pero la mía es mejor. ¿Te importaría poner un lugar de encuentro en el siguiente mapa? Estaría feliz de darte unas clases sobre el PUBG Mobile.
We'll see who winds up on my highlight reel. Have fun and enjoy the game.
Nice.
Queremos dizer que a gente vem muito forte para essa West League e a gente vai buscar defender o nosso país e trazer esse título para o Brasil.
Estamos asociando a nuestros oponentes para la final, así que diviértanse en la fase de grupos.
Nosso time está bem confiante com todo o preparo que fizemos durante esse ano.
Lo que tengo para decir es que se preparen de la mejor manera, porque en la historia de PUBG Mobile, en el competitivo, los mundiales, por ahora sigue siendo el puesto más alto que tenemos con Team Queso. Y ese va a ser así por un largo tiempo.
Eu acho que tudo que pode acontecer durante o jogo é bem relativo e não existe uma certeza.
Si nos encontramos en la partida, no nos disculparemos por haberte asesinado.
Gosto da sua confiança, não chore quando você voltar para casa mais cedo.
Also have a few more words for Coops and Knights. If you come anywhere near us, there's gonna be 4 easy kills. Don't come near us. Right, Kill Switch?
Well, actually, to be honest, the strongest teams are all gone. The closest thing to us is Coops. Good luck, Coops.
Espero y disfrutes tu tiempo libre cuando te mandemos para casa.
Jeez, I'm so popular today. I think all this time wasted talking trash will be better spent on target practice. Bang, bang.
See them pumping the brakes just a little bit. They don't have the numbers to their advantage, but Frozen cooking a grenade. Yeah, looks like Alpha 7 already going to be down a member, so we kind of see them pumping the brakes just a little bit. They don't have the numbers to their advantage.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he f***ed up.
Frozen cooking a grenade, tossing a grenade. It looks like it bounced off that little...
In the clotheslines. He does have his teammates though in the back lines. But what I'm wondering is they have clear line of sight on the forward position.
Oh God, please, no! No! No!
Oh, dude, what the hell?
And this is a highlight from that previous map. How
it's running right up. Much with that information instead of moving further forward. Now the problem is for a team like Rise is yes they can play well. I mean production please stop the savagery. I mean Rise.
Ready for abstract.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Hello everybody and welcome of course to PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League. We're finally on Super Weekend 2. I'm your host Span Cargo and with me are of course our awesome analysts, the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. 7, just throwing it to you immediately. This is the second Super Weekend and we actually have a couple more teams in this. We're gonna be up to 18 teams after the end of today.
We definitely are, and excuse me if I was choking a little bit. I was eating a little bit of queso earlier because that's the only appearance Queso is going to be having this Super Weekend, as Team Queso was not even able to make it to the second Super Weekend. But as you mentioned, we do have some new people coming into this, and we had some teams that we were kind of hoping that would wake up, Glitter. They finally woke up during week of League play. I'm talking about Navi.
Navi woke up, and I know the teams that you're talking about being a little bit excited for. I know you're stoked for. Baluk Cheptan is in here. We've got Besiktas in here as well. Those two teams are teams that we kept our eyes on throughout the entirety of league play because they obviously didn't make it to the last Super Weekend. Well, they're here now, and they have to pass up the likes of the teams that didn't make it in this time around, like Mad Bulls.
And as you can see there, we're actually in that middle box right there. We're finally in that Super Weekend. So obviously these guys had to go ahead and compete earlier this week on Tuesday and Wednesday to be in the top 16 to make it to this second Super Weekend. And all three Super Weekends going ahead and add up to the top 16 of the league finals. You already said it yourself, Glitter. We know that the Mad Bulls are one of the teams that is now not into this weekend. And Seven, neither is Eastern Stars. Both these teams have a pretty good amount of points coming into this without being here for this weekend.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned it. Like, Eastern Stars was able to, I think, finish. We might end up seeing the pretty much the leaderboard as well, but here we're looking at the prize pool too. But with Eastern Stars, I mean, they ended up in 8th place, 114 points. That's more of a cushion than what Mad Bulls ended up with just 98 points, right? A lot of teams are going to be currently looking, especially those teams that are going to be here for the first time on this Super Weekend. They're going to be looking at Aton Esports. They're going to be looking at SMB, Supermassive Blaze as well, because those are kind of towards the bottom teams. They're looking to see how they can catch up to those teams. And Glitter, I mean, with this one here, they need to improve because, as we've seen over and over again, if you make it to one Super Weekend, it's not guaranteed that you're going to make it to the other one. And we do still have one more Super Weekend after this one to go.
And I'm so glad that you brought up Aton Esports because they're one of the teams that I'm definitely keeping my eyes on, as well as football. I mean, you mentioned the squads that are down there at the bottom. As well as Supermassive Blaze, but Aton and football specifically had a massive improvement this week during league play compared to their last week of league play. So I'm hoping that because of the momentum that they had earlier, they're kind of able to continue that here during the Super Weekend and really pick up on some of those points, considering that they're obviously some of those teams that need those Super Weekend points the most.
There's even a couple of other teams that are kind of in that situation as well, like Pepper Supermassive Blaze. We got Peace Gaming. There's a couple of teams that ended up kind of being around in that area that ended up doing really well this last weekday games, actually, that I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to be bringing that momentum into this Super Weekend as well. Glitter, there's a couple of teams that I feel like we have some pretty high expectations for going into this Super Weekend. You already kind of mentioned a couple yourselves, but who specifically are you going to be keeping an eye on?
I mean, if we're talking about big expectations, we probably are going to be looking to see if we get any sort of a continued Super Weekend specific resurgence from S2G. There was a lot of S's, but also Fenerbahce. I mean, we hyped them up a lot during the Super Weekend. They were top 3 with not a single chicken dinner to their name, right? But then this past week in Super Weekend, it felt like they kind of slowed down a little bit. I mean, they just barely made their way through. They're in 16th place. So they are somebody we're going to be looking at to see if they can get back to that consistency that we were used to out of them last Super Weekend, Seven.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you mentioned it because, as we can see right here on this leaderboard, Fenerbahce is the only team on that first page without a chicken dinner. That just speaks volume out of their consistency. Another team that I'm actually going to be looking at here as we go towards the second page, it's going to be Knights. I feel like they improved so much more, especially during pretty much during that week of league play. And last Super Weekend, they were able to kind of challenge goals. It was a battle between NA there for 5th and 6th place. So with Knights, I want to see what they're going to be, how they're going to be able to come out here, since pretty much the champions of NA exit. I'm talking about you. This is now back-to-back Super Weekends where they just haven't made it here. And another team that I'm actually glad is showing up right there is Unicorns of Love. I feel like Unicorns of Love has had an improvement as well. They did great in the last Super Weekend. They actually improved on their performance during week of league play as well. So hopefully, talking about momentum, hopefully they can carry that momentum to here. And as I was hinting at earlier, I'm also going to be looking at Navi. I'm also going to be looking very close, especially when we play Erangel, and Navi and Footballers. I want to see if Footballers is going to continue that role where they just try to gatekeep Navi a little bit. They try to just push them off of their game, try to make them rotate a way that they wouldn't be used to. I think that's going to be very exciting. And I want to see how Navi's going to be able to react to that if Footballers does decide to play that strat.
Well, we do have the opportunity to go on ahead and see that right away because we are in fact starting off on Erangel. We actually have Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel. So that's the usual Super Weekend map rotation. Of course, 3 Erangel heavy, and then 1 Miramar and 1 Sanhok. That means, of course, the Brazilian teams are going to have to 1 chance per day to really go on ahead and shine on those Sanhok maps. So I'm kind of curious to see who's going to be taking it today because S2G kind of gave Alpha 7 a little bit of a run for their money this last league play, and 7. So, oh man, these couple of teams now, they're coming into this. We already know that 2 of these teams are now new. 2 of the teams that we had been watching last Super Weekend are now out of it. Obviously, the minimum amount of points seems like they gotta get is what Mad Bulls has, which is 98. At this point, since this is only day 1, are you expecting any challenges for those 2 teams coming into this Super Weekend, or do you think that they're going to be doing well, just like they were actually able to show us this last weekday play?
I think they might actually start passive, especially during the first day. I think they just might try to feel out how the other teams are playing. This being their first Super Weekend, I mean, we saw it perfectly in the previous Super Weekend, in Super Weekend number 1, how different teams were playing. I mean, look what SGG was able to do. They became gods out of just absolute nowhere with Blue Shatan. I want to see how they're going to be able to adjust to certain things that they might not be used to, right? You mentioned Mad Bulls not being here. You mentioned that being like the catch-up point, right, with 98 points, I believe you said. And with Blue Shatan, they have to go for that. Same with Besiktas. If they do start too slow, though, I would like for them to readjust right away, midday. I don't want them to just play a full day slow because that's just going to put them at a huge disadvantage, Glitter.
No, yeah, I completely agree with that. I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on them, seeing how they handle a lot of these situations. Obviously, this is they had the opportunity while sitting out to kind of scout. They had lots of VOD review opportunities to see how the last Super Weekend went, so they can kind of take that information and combine that with what they know and learn from their 2 weeks of league play participation, and then from there, hopefully they're able to kind of have a recipe for success because, like you're saying, Seven, these are the squads that really, really need it.
And hopefully now that it is in the Super Weekend, we talked about the differences between league play matches and the Super Weekend multiple times. Hopefully now coming into that Super Weekend, not too much is going to change for them. And now it is the usual time, y'all. You know what we're about to say. It's time to shout out our sponsor, OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, of course, with flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to go ahead and climb that leaderboard. And we were just talking about it. These 2 teams, Blue Chapta and Besiktas, they both really need to go ahead and start climbing it. Starting off passively, though, and it sounds like from what Seven is saying, I'm interested. We already kind of said it. Their interactions with everybody inside of this lobby. That was kind of what was nice to see last Super Weekend, is that there wasn't all these teams switching out every single time. This time, it's the same 16 teams competing every single match.
Definitely. I mean, there's no time for you to kind of take a break, reassess the situation, and that's what I was kind of hinting at with Blue Chaptan. If they do start too slow, I will allow you maybe 3 games, right? I will allow you maybe 3 games with 0 points if you're just trying to catch on with see what everybody else is doing. And then after that, I better see a completely different team. I don't care if you decide to go for elims. I don't care if you decide to go for placement points. Just focus on one and make sure you narrow that down. Talking about that, a team that has done that really well, especially since the start of the tournament, has been Ghost Gaming, Glitter. And with that here, I would like to see how Ghost Gaming is going to start this day. Last Super Weekend, day 1, HH24 had an amazing day. I think he ended up with something along the lines of 14 elims. I love to see that kind of performance again out of HH24. I'm really intrigued to see what Ghost Gaming is going to be doing here, Glitter.
I'm glad you called them out because they were kind of on the tip of my tongue as well, especially when you take their last Super Weekend performance into consideration. I think it was 2 out of the 3 days, this first Erangel map, they got 2nd place finishes on. So I'm hoping that they're able to either continue that or even get a chicken dinner right out of the gate for Ghost, because they're another one that's been quietly consistent. You know, they're not in the bottom. They're in that top 5 spot. They've only got 1 chicken dinner so far, but they've got a lot of top 4 finishes, and they've been getting some decent elims on the board as well. But I want to see that big Ghost performance that we know they can do, that we've seen in the past. Like you're saying, they have the individual players that can have those stand-up performances, whether it's Tensa, whether it's HH, I mean Spec and Bay. We've seen every single one of them have had insane performances, so just one of them needs to pop off and they could be scary.
And when you actually take a look at those leaderboards, I know this is something that we're kind of talking about at the end of last Super Weekend, is it seems like some of the teams that went on ahead and didn't do as well in league play seem to go on ahead and completely pop off in the Super Weekend 7. I mean, this last league play as well, I feel like we kind of saw the same trends. Still the same amount of teams didn't do well the same league play, but ended up doing really well in the Super Weekend. Are we kind of expecting that same thing to go on ahead and happen in this Super Weekend? Or are we going to be kind of seeing the usual, at this point, now that it is the second week, is what we're seeing in the league play kind of what we're expecting to see?
No, I think teams are always going to be changing it up with Super Weekend. I think they're going to be actually going to their more hardcore strats. They're more, okay, now these are the points that actually matter, so let's focus up a little bit more. Let's take this in a way, not saying that they don't take week of league play serious, but once you get to a certain point, right, during week of league play, you're able to relax a little bit. You don't have that pressure on you. Right now, this is the start of the second Super Weekend. There's still one more to go, and you still don't know where you're going to end up in that leaderboard. So it's pretty much try hard time right now. There's no time to kind of do anything else, unless obviously you're SCG. You're currently sitting at the top. Pretty more than likely you're already kind of qualified to the finals of this tournament. So it's gonna be interesting. I think all teams though, you're gonna be seeing teams that are popping off, and I'm gonna be looking at Fenerbahce. Hopefully they can get here their first chicken dinner. And once again, I'm gonna be looking at Bulo Chaptan. With them being their first Super Weekend, they need to make sure they score those points.
Another thing I'd like to point out is, you know, this entire time, at least the entirety of week 1, I feel like the chicken dinners were pretty spread out, gotta say, except for, of course, S2G. Let's just not even count them real quick. But then in this last league play, it ended up being pretty consistent between a couple of teams once again. At this point, do you think that those guys, Glitter, have kind of figured out the formula? Maybe coming into this Super Weekend, they're going to be doing the same thing?
Potentially what we're specifically talking about, Navi. I know Seven's mentioned them a couple times. Very excited to see that they finally have kind of stepped up. I feel like we were looking for a lot out of them and they weren't giving it to us in that first week. And then this past week of league play was what we had hoped for the first time around. So there is some potential for us to maybe get some repeat chicken dinners this time around out of multiple squads as opposed to only S2G. But also, I mean, I know obviously we're hyping up S2G because of their last Super Weekend performance. We need to remember that they did slow down a little bit this last week in league play. So not saying that they won't do well, but if they're not as dominant as they were last time, that does open up the door for a lot of these teams. I mean, there were so many squads that had multiple second place finishes, specifically like you were saying, Seven, Fenerbahce was up there, Ghost was up there in that type of a situation. Even Knights had lots of third place finishes because a lot of those times those games were going the way of S2G. So all of those squads now have the opportunity to potentially take some points away from S2G, which is huge because if we recall, S2G has a humongous point lead right now over everybody.
Now, Seven, was there, or even Glitter, is there a difference that you were able to spot out with the performance from these teams in STG specifically over this last week?
What do you mean? Like, what is
like over the Super Weekend, they ended up being very consistent, and Glitter went on ahead and pointed out that they kind of ended up faltering. Was there any specific difference in their gameplay that ended up making them falter, or was it just potentially like, maybe not feeling those couple of days, now coming to the Super Weekend, might have just been a fluke coming back, or team getting more comfortable?
I think it's just part of the game. I mean, it's I kind of mention it all the time. Usually, it's unrealistic to expect a team to perform like that. To continue to perform like that. You can only go up so high unless you're gonna end up being an absolute maniac and a phenom for the first time that we are gonna see anything like that. Going into this Super Weekend though, I was kind of hinting at it earlier too. This team, in a way, they're gonna be playing with absolutely no pressure. They got such a point lead that even if they don't do well in this Super Weekend, more than likely they're going to be able to still qualify to the finals. What I am looking forward to SGG for them to do is kind of take advantage, right? Take advantage of that no pressure that you have on your shoulders. Take advantage of some of those teams that might be acting a little bit out of the norm, that might be needing those points to kind of put that extra pressure on them and collect some points. See how they're going to be reacting to that. Try out different rotations, try out different strats, try out 2-2 or maybe different splits, whatever it might be. SGG is in a great position to try to do all that stuff, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, they do kind of have the world's their oyster right now, right? They really do. They have the opportunity. And the thing is, too, on specific maps, we've seen them be willing to go for those super early game engagements. They're willing to have the same drop. I mean, I know we've talked about the Sanhok situation so many times now, but they are one of those teams that has gone up against the likes of Ghost many times and come out on top 99% of the time, right? And so, and every time we watch those engagements, they always look cohesive. They always look confident. They just have very, very strong teamwork and pushes in those situations for hot drop. So if they're going to continue doing that, or potentially, like you're saying, Seven, do that even more on some of those teams that are looking to hopefully get some more points by kind of shutting them down, that could get a little bit scary if S2G decides that, because, you know, they have that, 40-point cushion that they can just kind of go a little wild with it.
They do. Take those risks that you usually wouldn't take. That's what that cushion is for, pretty much.
Okay, so I'm kind of curious then to see what exactly they're going to be doing starting in this Erangel match. We keep talking about the same narrative, right? Coming into Erangel as our first match, Seven. I mean, we had been talking about the same couple of teams kind of running into each other multiple times. Specifically, I mean, are we all surprised to bring up Alpha 7 and Na'Vi? Seems like over league play, maybe they kind of figured it out, not running into each other as much on our Erangel matches that we were able to go ahead and watch. So kind of, what are your expectations based off of those usual gameplays that we usually see on Erangel coming into today?
So for this Super Weekend, I'm so glad you asked that question too, because you just reminded me of something that's going to be very impactful for this Super Weekend. With Blue Chaptan being here, that team might actually become an issue for Alpha 7, for Na'Vi, and for Footballers, for all those teams that usually kind of go towards the north or northwest. Blue Chaptan tends to go Severny. We have seen Alpha 7 readjust as well. They're starting to go Sarky. They're trying not to hot drop too much on Na'Vi. So it's going to be interesting to see how now Alpha 7 is going to react to Blue Chapter being also on this on this playground in a way, right? Is Blue Chapter going to want to go to Severny? Are they going to want to continue their own route, or are they going to also be forced to switch? We have seen teams being forced to switch, and it just happens. Now with Na'Vi, I was hinted at that earlier too. With Na'Vi, kind of comes down, how are they going to readjust now that they're going to be getting sandwiched in a way? You got Footballers down towards the south, and then on top of that, you got Alpha 7 towards the north. And now, quite possibly, during your rotation, if you decide to go east, you might end up running into Blue Chaptan. So it's going to be interesting with Na'Vi, seeing at what time do they decide to actually go towards the zone. This is a team that tends to play very passive at the start, tends to wait. They don't mind getting that zone damage at the start because they know they usually don't have to worry about anybody. Now, in a way, that's three teams that they don't have to worry about. So we'll be interested to see how that dynamic is going to be playing in Erangel, considering that we're going to be playing 3 every single day.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, Glitter, is there anything you want to add to that? Especially because Na'Vi, they ended up doing really well over this last league play.
No, I like pointing that out, though, Seven. I think what it's going to boil down to is how well the likes of Blue Chaptan are able to handle those engagements. Just because they're in the way doesn't mean that it will necessarily cause a problem. It depends on how good they are in those fights, right? If they become the thorn in the side, if they're winning those engagements, then things will get a little bit scary, and teams might have to make an adjustment for the way that they're handling it. But they're also, on the flip side of that, is the potential that, say, Blue Chaptan is in their way, they happen to run into a squad in a rotation or even drop in a similar area, and they can't handle those engagements. There is the potential for them to become kind of like that team that can be farmed by everybody that is in that area for some free points. And the teams they're around are a little bit scary, so it could go either way.
We've seen it happen before, and I'm so glad you said it just like that, being farmed, because we've seen teams that are kind of just coming to the first Super Weekend and that being farmed. And that's going back to what I was talking about with Blue Chaptan. I feel like they will start slow. They will have to gain confidence in a way, being here their Super Weekend, and as you mentioned, going up against 3 beasts in a way here on Erangel. It will be interesting to see how they react. I do want to see if they're going to continue with that drop, or if they're just going to decide to play passive right off the bat. You know what? Let's not even go Severny. We know Alpha 7 might go there. Let's just switch strats. So it's all going to come down to what Blue Chaptan decides to do there in Erangel.
Okay, well, we knew that we start off on Erangel, and I guess they have 2 other chances today to kind of figure it out as well. I mean, the majority of the matches are on Erangel, so I guess figuring it out quickly is obviously the best choice for them. At least they have the time to be able to do so. Kind of also curious though, I know kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but now with those two different teams as well, how do you feel that they're going to go on ahead and field themselves when it comes to Miramar or Sanhok as well, Seven?
Ooh, that's a good one. With Blue Chaptan, I mean, see, this team ended up doing actually really the first game of Weekend League play. They ended up getting that second place. They have done well in Erangel. When it comes to Sanhok, not so much. It comes down to just taking advantage of the match that you're going to be playing a lot more, which it comes down to be Erangel. So I do hope they go for placement points here on this first match. You know what? Field the team out, just go for placement point with Besiktas. I mean, with this team, they performed so well in both maps. I mean, they ended up with the third place finish in Erangel, third place finish in Sanhok, backed up by Illims as well. Not just any third place, they were able to back that up with 6 Illims. They also ended up with the 4th place finish. So if this team decides to go towards that placement point style, as we seen SGG first start off at the beginning of this tournament, I think it might play out wonders for them.
Okay. Now, any last statements before we're jumping into our very first match of today? Glitter, just super quick. Anything you want to say to a team?
Not necessarily to a team, but I think Miramar is actually going to end up being our wild card map for this entire Super Weekend. I think we kind of have Erangel and Sanhok nailed down, so I think Miramar is the one I'm going to be keeping my eyes on.
Okay, well, let's go on ahead and jump into our very first match of this Super Weekend, though. We have 2 fresh teams coming in here. Interested to see how they're going to do. Jumping into Erangel, of course, with our casters. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Spank Cargo on the analyst desk. My name is Holland Wolf, and I'm joined once again by the beautiful Necro for the second Super Weekend, first day of action. We're diving on to Erangel, the green rolling hills as always, and talked about it right on the analyst desk. These 2 new wild dogs in the field. We got Baluk Chaptan, we got Besiktas. What can they do?
Oh man, that's what I'm wondering as well. What can they do? And as even the analyst desk was mentioning, they don't really have a lot of time to mess around, right? This is their game time. They can pretty much try and experiment around in like the first 3 or 4 games, but then later on, that's when they will need to get their serious game face on, and they will have to come down to a conclusion. Now, talking about a team like Navi as well, they ended up on 12th position in the previous Super Weekend, but I also got to talk about how good they were looking in this league days. But well, this is where already engagements are happening, and Unicorns Love, they have found themselves an opening frag.
They have Unicorns Love. I think one of these teams, right, that entered in onto that first Super Weekend. They dominated through alongside S2G. You can see them in that second place, 162 points to their name. But now I think we have a little bit of a question on our hand. Can he repeat that? Because it's been repeated so far in the sense the Unicorns Love, they struggled when it comes to scraping their way on through to that second Super Weekend. It looked a little bit better than the 16th position that they had in that first Super Weekend. That was dicey, but they did manage to secure barely again that secondary spot again, fighting around the Yasnai Poliano. And this is something I actually love here coming through from Besiktas. A change in the way that we play the game of PUBG Mobile here at the PMGC West. And I believe at Besiktas is the first time we're dropping here on the Yasnai Poliano. I don't usually go towards this location.
Yeah, exactly. And as talking about teams that barely came inside this Super Weekend as well, one of them has to be Fenerbahce. Now, they don't really have any chicken dinners on their name, but still, they're on 2nd position in the Super Weekend overall rankings, and that's absolutely insane. And considering the fact that in the week 2, they were barely able to qualify on 16th place, I don't really know, man. This makes me kind of question their consistency, but still, the performance they have put up in Super Weekend week 1, even if they're not really able to do that great in week 2, they will still have a decent positioning.
Yeah, week 2, right? You had coming in Fenerbahce, I think, struggling, but you can see them in that 3rd position. They're still looking like an insanely strong team overall. Now, though, I have that game back down. Can they continue to rise up? Because there are these other contenders. We talked about S2G Unicorns Love. You can see it on your screen as well. Coops from Knights, I think one of these other big dog teams that have stepped up coming in over that second Super Weekend. Coops, such a vital part towards their composition as a squad, and you can see the most times he's been hit MVP out of any player so far in the PMGC West, and I think really is the gold star player that we are looking towards, if any, out of any player, any team coming into this second Super Weekend.
Yeah, man, talking about Coops, he's just so good at filling those voids in the team of Knight, right? I mean, overall, Knights is a pretty solid team, but still, sometimes in those engagements, in those duels, you feel like, okay, if Knight's not really doing that great, then that's when Coops is the man who steps up. And you clearly saw on his card as well that he's pretty much doing absolutely insane with those elimination points as well. If I'm not wrong, he had like 58 elims, and that's absolutely insane. Another team that I really feel like we need to touch upon is going to be Aton. Now, yeah, all the way down in 16th place, man. Aton, I don't really know like what to expect from a team like Aton. We still have, as you mentioned, 2 new teams coming in, Besiktas and Baluk, and they're going to be having a lot of pressure on them. But Aton, they need to step it up.
Yeah, Aton, I think it's safe to say, though, the consistency coming in on the second week, right? You look at the top now, at the bottom, Aton, Supermassive Blaze, Pitbullist, all these teams at the bottom. How are they going to step up? I think it's great that we say they've got this second week of consistency coming in. They can actually maintain that lead. Because importantly, we have to look back at those teams who didn't make it in right onto that second super weekend. And yes, well, we talked about already XZ and Queso, who are in some really dangerous spot right now coming into week 3, sitting it out twice. But Eastern Stars, Madwell's not there. I think actually relies a little bit more easy for teams like Adam and Supermassive Blaze, because these are teams, right, that are midway up the table. These are passable teams overall. And talking about passable, I think you are, if you're a Mad Bulls, if you're an Eastern Stars fan, you're relying actually at these newer teams like Baluchatan and Besiktas not overtaking you, because actually mathematically, these are the new 2 teams that can knock you out of every of these teams. So as long as you, if you're one of those fans of those teams, don't have these 2 new dogs coming in over top of you, you're actually okay coming out of that second super weekend and missing it. But you're relying, again, right, on the fate of other squads and how they perform.
Yeah, but still, this is where the question still comes in, right? The consistency that the new teams are able to put up in Super Weekend. And I highly doubt that, because the way they played in Super Weekend, one, they were not able to qualify in, and Besiktas and Bullock, as we were also talking about, the mental game is not really going to be working in their favor. They're going to be having a lot of pressure. And, well, to carry that on their backs and at the same time making those precise calls, that's going to be one of the most toughest tasks to do. But still, hey, we can't really say anything about it, right? Maybe they have a game plan to work with. Maybe the IGL has put up some new kind of strategies. Maybe they're going to be pulling out the MasterCard from their sleeves. Let's just see what really does happen over here. Okay, Scream. Gotta watch out with that driving, bud.
And I think that we need to get some driving lessons. I'm just saying, Necro, there's some questionable driving skills coming on in the PMGC West, and I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it at all. I think I was expecting Formula 1 coming in on here, and instead we're getting like some weird granny driving going on with some of these teams.
Oh man, yeah, definitely. The driving, they definitely need some driving lessons. Thankfully, Scream wasn't really being knocked out. That's what I was really scared of. I was like, okay, if he gets knocked out over here, that is going to be a little disappointing, or a little embarrassing. Talking about a team though, S2G, one of those teams that we have our eyes out for. Actually, I don't even want to like say we have our eyes out for, because we do know, even if they're not really able to perform inside this Super Weekend, no matter what, they're just going to be the table toppers. Because even if they're able to barely rack up like 40 or 50 points in the end of this Super Weekend, week 2, they're still going to be on top of that. They're probably going to be going up to like 260 points, and Unicorn's Love is right underneath them with like 162 points. You can already see the difference there.
Yeah, I mean, it's still now, you gotta take a step back, right, of that sort of second league stage day, and you say, well, Fenerbahce didn't perform so hot, but you look at actually the results that matter, right? They are only 10 points behind Unicorns of Love. They're actually fine with this, because as long as they are, again, getting these few points here and there every single game, they don't have to worry about these teams way down on that leaderboard overtaking them. I mean, they are far, far from them when it comes to getting a lot of points to catch up to the likes of Fenerbahce. But I think it's more about can who these teams that we saw stepping up in the second league stage day, like A7, who are closer behind them, try to overtake them. Because A7, I mean, they topped the charts when it came to that second league stage. Just do hold up, Blue Chaptan. Talking about new teams, talking about teams for the second week stage. They are feeling the pain right now as Rise. Mythic will find one. Now with the first blood of the first game here for the side of Rise. They'll pick up kill number 1.
Oh, this is the gangster's paradise, man. You never try to cross in front of a team like Rise, and they're never going to back out from any kind of fights. And I've been always talking about how Rise is one of those teams that's always out for blood, no matter what kind of situation they're in. And look at this now. Next, Rui as well taking the shots on the player of Bullock. Maidon barely surviving in that little dip that he's got himself, but still, is he going to be able to withstand the damage that Frozen's going to be putting on him? And if I talk about Frozen, I just remember that 1v4 clutch that he did. And it's really hard to get my mind off of it, man. Frozen's an absolute insane player.
Yeah, of course, the second phase here has shifted through to a central point of Pachinki, so we could be seeing a fight around there, but to highlight Baka, right, Baluchatan, who are heading to that location now, he tried to obviously take that Potato Hill. I think it was a slight mistake on their part not having that secondary plan B, because they then tried to open that crossing into the open fields. There's a one land over that nade, and I think Baluchatan, they need to have these second plans. And this is so important generally for these teams, because a team like Alpha 7 now, on the edge of the blue, how are you going to fight about this? I think it's going to be insanely difficult to get out of his position. And Revo, it might be the case here. Oh, he's going to go down. I thought he might just have the option to heal. He might give himself to the blue, but he's going to give himself straight over to Matic.
Oh, he was separated out from the rest of the pack, and he falls down. He was being surrounded from all the different angles by Na'Vi. And why am I not surprised? Always these two teams just go against each other no matter what the situation is. And you can clearly see the rest of the A7 squad is all the way in the circle. And then Revo was just stuck out in the open in the middle of nowhere. And Na'Vi, they just gang up on him.
Knights, speaking of ganging up, they've got the position here up the hill, close towards this center zone. And I think we talked about it, right? Knights and their strength coming into the second Super Weekend. Supermassive Blazer are looking at them. I think, is this going to be the opportunity that we see heading back to some of these teams like Supermassive Blaze? Like, I think even Na'Vi we could talk about. We've not even talked about Na'Vi, right? In their third place finish on that second league stage. I think now, coming further in, they're looking like, as we said, a team. Well, not me. I was a non-believer, Necro, that Na'Vi they could ramp up in this tournament, but they feel like they are ramping up. And I think also we are looking at, can some of these teams still in the middle of that leaderboard that we missed on talking about, can they also step up? Because it's the second week, right? It's about that second chance. It's about, can you redeem yourself from potentially that first week that you didn't have? Can you, now having a better idea of all of these teams around you, be able to make those more calculated decisions, be able to make your statement, be able to secure your spot inside of that top 16, because this second week is crucial when it comes to making sure that you give yourself a solid foundation coming into that final week. Because if you don't make it into that final week, you best be sure you better do what you can here to make sure you don't get overtaken and don't give the door open to some of these teams that have already missed one Super Weekend so far.
Exactly. Na'Vi definitely had a spectacular performance in league days, but again, what really matters is the super weekends, and that's where you really need to perform. And week one, I mean, not gonna lie, it was kind of a huge letdown. Na'Vi's all the way down on like 12th position, with those two teams not really in, Mad Bull being one of them, that has pushed them up to at least like 10th position, as you can see in the top 16. But still, if you talk about the overall ranking of the super weekend, Na'Vi is still all the way on 12th position. So that's not really a great spot, at least for a team like Na'Vi. They don't really deserve to be there. And talking about spectacular performances, H2G is one of those teams that do show up in our minds, and Fenerbahce are going up against S2G. And look at this, Dokkan Machine trying to be a one-man army over here, separated out from the pack, and he's not scared to take a fight against a team like S2G.
Yeah, Dokkan Machine, he's more coming in around this flank side, right? Fenerbahce, you've got a position on the edge of his zone. You're trying to continue to move your way in towards that Potato Hill mark in the center that phase 3 has shifted towards. My problem, though, now is, do Fenerbahce actually have the way in? Do they actually use those two players up on the front to be able to, such as Falky, grab themselves that position towards the center? Because Rebellion is still on the outside of that mountaintop, or that mountainside, should I say, towards the coastline. And they've got a position where they're going to be passing by S2G and other teams to get there. Speaking of our teams, though, Na'Vi and Rise. Na'Vi gonna find one as Nunes gonna fall to Tixie and goes for the first, will confirm it. Not just quite yet, though. Has to go deeper in, and this could be risky because keep in mind he's turned his back to the rest of the trio coming in, but they don't go forward, and I think that could have been an opportunity missed for Rise to potentially catch out a rogue flanked member.
Oh, Rise, they're backing out from this one. Not really interested to fight against Na'Vi. So Na'Vi, they're going to be finding themselves in a little bit of safe spot for now. Supermassive Blaze, a huge 2-2 split. Do you realize Aton is in the front lines? One man was taken down, but instantly gets back up and will be patching himself up as well. So Aton now on the move. They will also want to make sure at least they're starting the day off on a good note in the first game. If they do, they're also going to be feeling, or at least they're going to be having a little bit of mental edge, maybe thinking that they have a little safety cushion over the teams that are right below them. And of course, Besiktas and Bullock are the two teams that are right below them. And now you have Futbolist. Oh, this is going to be quite close. Unicorns love pulling up on Futbolist, and this is one of those fights I really do want to witness. And Unicorns love. Still, they're just trying to scout the areas out. Lutz now with that buggy, giving his position away. Unicorns love. I'm pretty sure they're going to be well aware of what's going on.
Yeah, Round was off on the flank side though for Futbolist, so they got to get Round back in on this fight. They've got 3 members. You've also got Lin further back for the side of Unicorns of Love. So I think for now, we're going to see as Futbolists do join up as that 4-man squad, a slight hesitancy coming through from Unicorns of Love. I mean, it had to push over this hill, and that's the problem part of it, is you're looking now towards these more cider rotations, such as Woodzone moving his way in on that off angle onto like Loverson, because heading straight on top of that hill is going to create that vulnerable patch, but they've managed to find it with the smokes and they've given up position. The Rock is getting lit up as they do get over that hillside. Woodzone now in difficulty inside the smoke too.
Oh, Roke is barely surviving on a sliver of health, and guess what? Soul K strikes in, and he finds one. Unicorns Love in a big trouble now. Roke is able to patch himself up, but GK first being taken down. That's going to be putting a lot of pressure. And look at this. What's going on? A bold move from this side of Unicorns Love. That's a huge rundown as well. And now Lin trying to retreat back. He's still taking a decent amount of damage from that blue zone. Decent amount of damage being tanked, but talking about tanked, Rom is not going to be able to tank that damage. He goes down instantly. Or actually, Rom is the one who inflicts the damage on Unicorns Aloft. Another man falls down, and now Unicorns Aloft, they're big time handicapped with only 1 man alive from that squad.
Yeah, they had it all, but they gave up Brokers with the edge of the nade. Fires them down. Yes, Rom does find Lin, but he needs to heal. What is he doing going back in with HP like that? Lin, you better run. Take the kill and get out of there. Because here comes the rest. So okay, we'll clear it up, and Futbolist, there's no escaping death in their hands as Na'Vi also taking control over their position. I do believe, yes, it was Ghost who fell to their hands over in the Potato Hill as that 4-phase shift has moved all the way up towards Potato Hill. But the problem therein lies, how are these teams going to climb and summit up towards the top of that hill? Because you can see it's so difficult for teams coming in towards that center point, even from the north, that offer quieter angles such as Furious Gaming. They're still up against it versus A7. You've got that newer team, of course, of Besiktas also on that wide northeastern side. Can they sneak their way in? Because actually, I think for Besiktas, they've got the best position out of everyone here when it comes to keeping at high ground, keeping at information, coming out to the school side, but also not having to worry about all of those players on the south and that western front. As S2G, they feel that problem.
Oh man, 2 men being taken out. S2G, big time handicapped. Another team being handicapped this early on in the game. Aton trying to strike back. Milo's being taken down. That's a huge knockout. And now S2G with only 1 last man left, if I'm not wrong. And yes, Timber looking to get the rest back up onto Silas. Is he going to be able to do so? Smoke walls being created just to deny any visual info from the side of Aton. But still, the nade parade comes in, trying to find a blind nade, trying to find a blind pick, and they do. Again, the man who got up got taken down, and here comes the spam from the smoke. Asta going to be putting the final nail in the coffin.
Add-on, be able to find it, be able to use, of course, that shed to protect him from the rest of SUG coming up that hill. And you can see how hard it is to summit up these hills right here, Necro. You can't find that position for a forward. It is going to be down members from all sides, just past Aton note. In Futbolist, Supermassive Blaze both looking fairly vulnerable, but it's still fighting and shooing on the front, and it's Tsunami. They found 2. They'll take down Falky as well, and Kasuni grabs the double. will have the smoke to protect him, but can he turn back around? Rebellion will be flushed. 9 kills already for Na'Vi, and they're stepping it up in his first game already. They've got the control of the zone too.
Na'Vi now silencing the threat. Fenerbahce was quite a big threat for Team Na'Vi, and they now silence that big threat. That means Na'Vi will have a lot of room to work with. And next Ria now, they're the next opponent that they really are looking for to take them down. Soul K inside this little shack, still able to survive. 2 men of Supermassive Blaze go down. I think so it's Aton from the far fray, just raining down death and destruction on the players of Supermassive Blaze as Savian and Coursera crawl back to safety. Are they going to be able to do so? Na'Vi still continuing to rain those bullets on Bullock. Maidon still surviving somehow.
Yeah, Football is a pretty out for vehicles in behind that tree. You saw it, so there's no real escape there because they get shot up by the time they get towards that. But Na'Vi, speaking of letting up the rest of these fire fields, there's going to be a 11th knock potentially. Yes, a kill coming towards them. I think that was number even 12 potentially. They're skipping numbers here. I can't even catch up. It's nice. They're looking towards Supermassive Blaze. Supermassive Blaze are looking to assault. They've got a base of fire at Tron, but he's down, and now it's the secondary support that needs to come in. It's only Savion left.
Oh, only one last man left from the side of Supermassive Blaze. Savion still alive. He's out in the open. Any kind of bullets, even if one lucky bullet gets connected on Savion, he's going to be put down to sleep. And yes, it does, finally. And he gets taken out the game. Alucard going to be connecting that lucky headshot onto Savion, handing him out a haircut. And now we're left with only 10 teams alive. Do still see a couple of fights taking place. And Maidon finally being taken out from the side of Bullock. I do still remember Maidon. Early in the game, he was barely able to survive from next Ruya. And now he made it up till this late. Still got to give props to that man. But Knights, they're looking to charge in forward. They're looking to get a little bit more land area in their hands. And look at this now. Soul K shotting himself in the smoke. I'm pretty sure position being revealed, Soul K isn't really going to be looking that great, especially when the circle moves away from him.
Just a little trim off the top of these teams here, right, Necros. I mean, Na'Vi, talking about a haircut, I think they got a razor, quite frankly. They're just making everyone go bold in this lobby. They're just taking everyone's tag and slap it in their face and saying, pay up, because it's time you owe yourself a haircut. And we are the barbers of this lobby. 14 kills, Furious Gaming next potentially to be cut out as Tixie steps his way forward. Will have the information, will find a kill. I think he's just going to solo this. He doesn't even need help because Papi Potro, the only one remaining, as Triggers in goes down, and Tixie, he can control that 1v1. Now, on the other side, can it look towards that way in? Because at phase 5, keep in mind, Na'Vi, they're not inside of it. So now, Na'Vi challenged by that zone. Can they continue to move into Atom's reign? Because this is their territory.
Oh, look at Tixie now, finds that crucial lock and the opening as well to potentially try and get the area control, and they do certainly. They also find themselves a little rock to work around with. That's going to be their safety kind of cover for now. Na'Vi, they get themselves a decent amount of land to cover to work with. They have a decent amount of movement as well. And look at this, nade from Xenox, going to be taking down Footballist out the game. Xenox's wall gets caught, and Aton, they're looking to take out Knights now. They do realize this is their right moment to strike in. The third party from Aton comes in. Xenox trying to crawl back to safety, but guess what? A little glimpse, and Milos will put him to sleep, and that's just like that. Knights as well take an exit from the game. Na'Vi, hey, we were talking about how they were looking really that great. And guess what? Another nade comes in from the side of Papi Potro, and he's going to be griefing the game of Na'Vi. Meku barely surviving on a sliver of health, but he's on a run.
It was a fadeaway shot coming in from Papi Potro. He wasn't quite done just yet. He's going to take Na'Vi alongside him, as I think they might lose 2 players overall because they got so much zone to catch up. Yes, Na'Vi, they took everything they could when they had that control in the early game, but it's the late game Atom power right now. Is Rise. They also are left to 1 player trying to analyze their way further forward, but Besiktas, who have played such a brilliant off angle all game, who survived to the 4th position, I think they'll be able to find it. But it's Rise who will go down. They won't be able to defend it. Enjoy with the extra shots will confirm it. And now Besiktas, they found a way into the final 3 in their first game of the Super Weekend.
Oh, Rise being taken care now out the way. They don't really need to worry about him anymore. But guess what? The split from the side of Aton is quite huge, and that's why they're not going to be able to get Astar back up on the feet. And Na'Vi instantly capitalizing on it, getting that control for themselves. They also have this little shack as a little control, as a little support to work with. And now here comes the nade from the side of Coco. This nade lands quite close. Matic barely surviving on a sliver of health, but Mekyu is taking quite a lot of damage from Milos. He finds one. Mekyu goes down. Matic low as well, trying to patch himself back up, but this nade might just do it. This might just be golden nade, and yes it is! Matic falls down. Na'Vi, oh, I'm pretty sure they're only left with that one last man alive, and Kitsune, he's quite far away. There's no hopes for Na'Vi left anymore.
Beautiful team fighting coming through from Aton. Choco pushing them back into Milos' range of fire, and then Milos having an eagle eye to be able to shoot down upon the rest of Na'Vi. As Kitsune is the only one remaining. 17 kills. It's a fat game coming through from Na'Vi, but they're about to be chewed down by Aton. Is they're also up to 13 kills. These two teams, they've dominated this first game, and I think Besiktas, they're going to be added to the list of unfortunates to their names. Is Enjoy barely alive. The vehicle moves almost behind him, but he's only got one tree left. And Cardi, Milos, they're stepping up. They have Choco on the front line. This is a crucial point, but a beautiful shot onto Enjoy. He's not done quite yet, and Cardi will fall as well.
Oh, these are the final three teams alive. Kitsune, the only man, as we do know from Na'Vi. Just like always, Kitsune, it's just always the final man trying to carry the flag forward. But again, is that going to be the case this time? That's the question. Trying to confirm the kill on the fallen man of Aton. Not going to be successfully able to do so. But anyways, he is a gone case, because at that point, I don't even think so they're going to be able to get the res back up on the Cardi. They will have to travel quite out in the open. And that's not what you want to do. You do not want to put yourself out of that comfort zone if you're Aton. Coco still seems pretty unaware of the position of Besiktas and Joy 7, but he does exactly know where Kitsune is. Kitsune will need to go inside the zone. He will need to try and make it in, because the wall of death is closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kitsune, I think he made a mistake going forward, right? He gave his position away. Choco, Milos, they eyed him up, and Besiktas say, thank you very much, Kitsune. You take all of that fire from them, and I'll just hold on to second place, because that's what they're both doing. Kitsune, he's got himself behind a tree, but is it good enough? It's not. Milos has the angle, and down to 2 we go, and Aton, this is all their game to lose. Besiktas Enjoy, he's calling his way up. He could actually assassinate Choco if he can find the shots. This could be down to the 1v1, but Choco, he takes the roof. Such a brilliant position on that high ground. Is going to be actually able to shoot down Enjoy with a third-party overwatch onto Enjoy as he steps further up on this hill. He's going to be revealed. You can see him. They spotted him.
Oh man, Besiktas, Aton, and Na'Vi off to a great start today in the first game, able to make it up to top 3. And Na'Vi, they have racked up quite a lot of kill points, so they're looking absolutely insane in the first game. But now Besiktas and Josh Chef 7, the only last man left. He has this little vehicle to work in as cover. So as soon as he gives his position away, that's when things would be done for him. He finds the knock, and he might just be able to clutch this. Now it's a one-on-one situation. If Milos is able to connect this nade, that's going to be absolutely huge. Nade's being traded from both these sides, and guess what? Enjoy 7, he clutches it once. Besiktas, they somehow pull it off. Oh no! Aton, overconfidence not really being paid off there. Oh,
Besiktas, they never even qualified. Necro, they never qualified for that first Super Weekend, and they need to step up the first game of the Super Weekend for them, stealing away such a phenomenal game coming through from both Na'Vi and also Aton in the 1v2. Mind-blowing coming through from that first game. I cannot wait to go into those highlights right now, Necro, to decipher that one, because I think it was all about that brilliant angle up on that hillside, right? Choco, they tried, rightly so, the good decision of going onto that shed, trying to have the higher angle, but they got the brilliant shots as Choco came up. I don't think they expected actually Enjoy to be as far up that hill as he was, and from that point on, that 1v1, they actually didn't have that off angle anymore, because they wrapped around that hill to actually stick together with Choco as a 2v1, but it didn't work for them. They got actually the shots as the moment they peeked up and Enjoy. Brilliant to steal.
Yeah, exactly. Enjoy just played that so well, man. In the end, he just didn't really show his position away. He was able to crawl in slowly and steadily, was able to get in up close and personal. And then as soon as he was sure that he's going to be able to find that knock, he strikes in and he gets that one. And then I still highly doubted. I was like, okay, maybe still like clutching this one out is going to be quite tough for him. But still in the end, that nade trade that came in through, that forced out the man of Aton out from his cover. And that's where Enjoy also stepped out of his cover and took his chances. And he won that initial one-on-one duel, and that's how just Besiktas was able to surprise all of us. And yeah, as we were talking about Aton and Besiktas, these were two teams that we were highly doubting, and in the first game already, they're starting off on a good note, Jake.
Yeah, I think Aton, phenomenal control of that early game. Yes, the zone was phased towards them, but you have to talk about also the early game, right? As Aton were racking up those kills, so were Na'Vi. I mean, look at them now, 12 kills. They racked up a total towards, I believe it was 17 in total by the time they fell with Kitsune. It's a big, big game for Na'Vi, especially considering they started off lower in that leaderboard too, right? They needed these points, and actually I think it's the upsurgence of some of these teams down this leaderboard who knew they had to come into this second week strong to be able to find those results now in this second week. But I mean, you said it right. The nades were on point. Yeah. Yes, and Papi Poltro was the reason why Na'Vi fell down, and Aton at the end, they had such control. They gave it away. I think this was the fact that Enjoy never went down on that hillside. He was able to then actually lose control of the sight of Aton over him because of Kitsune's flank round, and then use Kitsune, of course, to get to this point where they were able to take the game.
Oh, man. I mean, just gotta say, Enjoy 7 just played that so brilliantly, man. He knew that the nade he threw is gonna be forcing the final man of Aton out of cover, and he just took his chances, and he played that to perfection. And Aton, somewhere down the line, I feel like the overconfidence was just clearly being shown from that side. And I feel like if they were able to, like, tune it down a little bit, if they played it with the cover, that could have been way better.
Davin, great match that we ended up being able to watch. I mean, there was a lot of teams that you guys had talked about before this first match that ended up ending on this first page of this match ranking.
Yeah, I mean, Aton Esports?
27
what?
points each, 7?
That's what I'm talking about. Like, you can't see us right now, but literally my eyes are so teary because that... Wow, Besiktas. I mean, for the first game of your first Super Weekend, you definitely sent a statement there. Enjoy being able to clutch up that 1v2. That was wonderful to see. And now here towards the second page, don't worry, we will talk about more stuff there from the beginning. Then we have Choco. Hey, well deserved there, Choco. 5 Ilms, 962 damage. Going back though, Besiktas being able to clutch that up, that was so awesome. Aton Esports being able to start off the day as well, impressive, being able to continue the performance that we've seen out of them on weekly league play. But we got to talk about the main team that kind of impressed me here, Glitter. Na'Vi being able to clutch up 17 Ilms, being able to win an engagement as well with Alpha 7 and pretty much eliminate Revo. What an impressive game here out of Na'Vi on this first match.
I mean, Na'Vi was literally slaying every single person that came in their path. I mean, we saw Papi Potro there at the end kind of play spoiler a little bit for Na'Vi, but Na'Vi with the 17 elims, I mean, Aton with the 15, like, I don't think we've ever seen a game that top heavy points wise yet. And then of course, obviously, like you were saying, Enjoy with the clutch snake up behind the car for the 1v2. I mean, we heard the casters talking about it. It was almost like Aton got a little bit too confident there. They thought they kind of had that in the bag, and Enjoy just really took advantage of Milos making that rotation over in the Jeep and was able to take out Choco on the... And that was just so... It was so clean. Great first game in all squads that we talked about needing to do well and or having the potential to do well.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that one solo with the 1v2, we were screaming in here. We just have to point it out. Like, that was so amazing, just being able to take out the one. We thought the nade was going to do it. Didn't quite do it, but still was able to go ahead and take it out. That is nuts. So that just makes me bring up, y'all, if you have not voted for Besiktas yet, this might be your chance to, because reminder, you guys have the opportunity to go on ahead and vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players to go on ahead and get rewards. All you have to do is get a voting ticket by logging into the game, going into the Esports Center, and of course sharing the voting page with your friends. You can get more information in the in-game Esports Center, but basically go play PUBG Mobile, go on ahead and get millions of rewards, including various pink level permanent items, and of course the treasure box that is a PMGC exclusive as well. Watch PMGC live on YouTube or in the Esports Center and get yourself the PMGC token, redeem it in the PMGC Esports Center and get those permanent items once again. And something new that we haven't quite talked about just yet is that there is a PMGC and Game TV community open. We're having a very exciting PMGC community tournament with, of course, Game TV. It's open for everybody, so go on ahead and register to play and go on ahead and get PMGC tokens and Google Play cards if you participate. So a lot of amazing things for you to go on ahead and get involved in. But that was only match one, an exciting match one. In fact, for start off our second super weekend, we have a lot more to go ahead and show you guys, but we will be back after this short break.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this on-time now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be holding on up. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no, Nima!
Help. Oh, you see from the hand side here from Yasna Poliana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations.
Yeah, boy.
So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save. Don't save it. The paraglider is useless. Okay.
Velo though in a position to maybe receive. Yes, open arms Reggie in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me! Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But it's the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guy, straight through the window. Lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Tiki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams are like to Helicopter! Helicopter! Extended more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
No!
Yes, but this will make it big for Sanhok if they can get the chicken dinner. Now we're seeing a lot more information here. Yeah, what? What? He got back in! He got back in! What? Damn, I will chicken dinner! What?
Welcome back to PMGC West League Super Weekend 2 Day 1. I'm here, Span Cargo, with Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter, and we're about to go into our second match on Miramar. But first of all, Seven, we already kind of talked about those teams and the gameplay that we just saw in match 1, but I know that there's more that you wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, with Besiktas, their first game being able to clutch up a win, I was kind of expecting something along the lines of from Buluk Chaptan to be able to kind of be up here. But they just seem all over the place in that first match. At one point, I literally saw one player in one car, another player in another car, and they literally, one went east, one went west, and I don't even know how they ended up together after that. But Besiktas, I mean, for them to be able to kind of clutch up that win, be able to collect 23 points, kind of get closer to the Mad Bulls 98 points that we were talking about at the beginning of the show. But on the other one that we're going to have to give a shout out here to is Futbolis. We saw Futbolis being a little bit aggressive there, Glitter, being able to throw those nades and pretty much convert those illims.
Oh yeah, Solke started to pop off there. We saw him being super aggressive and doing very well for the squad, and they're another one of those teams that I'm keeping my eyes on here this weekend. Honestly, this first match was a lot all at once. We had so many teams trying to step up to the plate already, but now we're heading on into Miramar for a second match of the day. And like I was saying, for me personally, Spam, Miramar I think might be the wild card map of the day.
Just no expectations. You just have no clue kind of going into this. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
I mean, I have to agree because Erangel we at least have some sort of expectations. We've been talking about it a lot. That's map that everybody's kind of used to. Sanhok, we kind of have our expectations for that as well. We know the Brazilian teams just absolutely just run away with that, unless of course you're S2G or Navi. Go ahead and do that as well. But 7, going into Miramar, there have been a couple of teams that we have in fact been watching when it comes to hot drops and stuff like that on Miramar. But anything else that we could potentially expect?
For this one, I know you want to go somewhere else, but I'm just going to go to it. I want to see the hot drop again, okay? Supermassive Blaze hasn't really been looking that impressive in a way. They definitely are going to one of those teams that need the points. I mean, I want to see if they're going to continue to hot drop Ghost Gaming. And if they do, is Ghost Gaming going to switch any strat? I feel like it's becoming a pride thing between these two teams that nobody wants to give here. To be fair though, SMB, I said they need the points, but do they really need the points? I don't even know, Glitter. I don't even know anymore. Some of these teams, like, do you think there's gonna be a hot drop, Glitter? Yes or no?
I don't, even though I wish for there to be one, unless it's one of those top teams. You know what? We saw some moments, because we were talking about it, 7. I think it was actually up against Footballists, Unicorns of Love. We were watching them actually doing well for themselves as well. And moving into Miramar, they've actually done pretty well for themselves, I think, last Super Weekend on Miramar. So I might be keeping my eyes on Unicorns of Love.
Another one too is Alpha 7, seeing how they're going to be able to bounce back after that awful performance in Erangel.
Well, to kind of build off of that, gotta say, this last weekday, these matches on Tuesday, Wednesday, both Pepper, Supermassive Blaze, and Ghost just kind of blew it away. They both did pretty well, like way well than what we expected of week 1. So if they do go on ahead and kind of have a head-to-head a fight and hot drop this match, I do think that could potentially be something interesting to watch, or if they want to go on ahead and be careful.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, coming into this second Super Weekend, Supermassive Blaze, they have 68 points. So that's kind of what I was hinting at too, that they needed those points. I don't know if they maybe want to go for that hot drop, considering that it's been a hit and miss, right? They have won some, then Ghost Gaming has also won some. As we're looking here at the most elims, Tixie being able to collect 7. Okay, I see you, and then Enjoy there with the 5. Going back though to Ghost, I just want to see how they're going to continue the day here, and I do want to give some props to a team that I wasn't able to give props earlier. Knights, they did amazing considering that they lost a player super early on in that first match in Chico. So I'm loving what I'm seeing too from Knights. I'm loving that Xenox is starting to be that player that we kind of all expect him to be, and I'm loving that Coops is still wanting to go for that MVP as well.
Kind of more on the Knights. I kind of ended up touching on this. It's all over social media. Time to kind of bring that up. The Knights, they are doing absolutely phenomenally when it comes to the weekday games. You know, like the first week they were in first place. This week they were in second place. Then the first Super Weekend, they came in 6th place. Still an amazing space to go on ahead and be at, but obviously lower than a first or a second place. But I'm kind of curious, Glitter, like what exactly happened? Obviously, we definitely saw those teams towards the bottom of that leaderboard the first weekend for the league play just absolutely smash it and go through the top of that first Super Weekend. The Knights though have only been improving. I'm kind of curious today, do you think that they can go ahead and break higher than that top 6 spot?
Absolutely, especially once they get everything in high gear. I mean, you need to also remember the fact that if I'm not mistaken, Coops, even though Knights might have been somewhere towards the top end of the middle groups, Coops was still at the top 4 eliminations overall out of all those players, okay? So even if it feels like we're not seeing them as frequently as we used to, we've got multiple Knights players that are constantly pulling out strong performances. Coops is still somehow managing that top spot for himself with just how strong a performance he's having individually. So when everything kind of falls into place for Knights, they are that squad that absolutely can continue to climb up the leaderboards from where they are currently.
So I guess I'm kind of curious to see. They did go on ahead and go out in 6th place, I believe, this last match on Miramar as well. I kind of want to see how they're going to do because they are so consistent when it comes to matches over league play that coming into the Super Weekend, I kind of want to see them bring that back into this. But 7, this match, wildcard, Glitter already said it multiple times, like, oh man, just pick a team that you think you want to go ahead and kind of follow on this match.
On this next match, if you really want me to go with the wild card here, I would love to see what, let's see, Blue Chaptan's going to be doing. I was really not impressed by anything that happened in that first game. As I mentioned, they were able to collect a mere 2 points, which is good for them, at least not going off with the donut on the first game. But I just want to see more of, hey, okay, we got this under control, not running around like chickens without a head, because that's pretty much what it looked like there at one point to me on that first match. And that's my wild card. The other one, I mentioned it earlier, I want to see how Alpha 7 is going to be reacting to this, because it's going to be interesting.
Okay, and Glitter, you want to say yours real quick?
You know what? I'm still on board with Unicorns Left. That's who I'm keeping my eyes on.
Okay. A ton of great options. I don't know quite who to go on ahead and watch, but let's just go on ahead and watch all of them, because next match is going to be starting right now. Miramar with Highland Wolf and Necro.
Thank you very much, Span and the Analyst Desk once more. The second game head up for Miramar. I have missed this, Necro. We have not seen the desert all week. I'm starved. It's like a drought in my mouth. Never mind the desert, because I've been waiting to cast some Miramar, and finally we get it.
Yeah, we definitely do finally get it. And well, if you talk about Miramar, one team that really does come into mind is going to be Eastern Stars. But unfortunately, they're not really in the Super Weekend, so they're not really going to be playing this map of Miramar as well. But now, another team on Miramar that really shines has to be S2G, Jake.
Oh yeah, I mean S2G, they haven't stepped up majorly like some of these other teams in the bottom of that leaderboard like in that first match, but you cannot count them out, right? I mean, S2G, this is actually where they had some of their most dominant wins, right? In on that second Super Weekend was on Miramar, and they head back to some of those dominant wins. I'm seeing eyes back towards that week one. Los Leones heading into that first phase zone, or now where S2G were able to actually secure outside that Los Leones that win on that Miramar match. Initially, that was their first Super Week. That was their first chicken dinner, so should I say, which led into their Super Weekend spree of victories. But to talk about Super Weekends at Miramar, this is something we are not new to seeing and very common. Ghost Supermassive Blaze added every single time. Now, the last time Supermassive Blaze won that matchup, who's it going to be this time? Because Ghosts are going in. And Keth, he barely dodges out this time.
Oh, quite lucky, Keth. Barely able to slip away from the hands of Ghost. And Ghost not going to be happy about that, because Keth was quite close. He could have been a free kill. It could have been a free opening for Ghost. But still, Keth able to slip away like a slippery little snake. He's going to be going back towards his teammates, and that's where his teammates also are going to be able to provide him that cover fire on top of that building. They also do have a little high ground to work with. Supermassive Blaze overall, if they're able to utilize this position perfectly, they can definitely at least have a high chance of winning this fight. Smoke wall being created from the side of Keth to try and cross over to the other side. But again, to make that happen, he has to take quite a huge risk. He has to take quite a huge gamble. Beowulf catching a couple bullets onto him, down to half HP, but still nothing really critical happening yet.
I feel like this is how it plays out every time. Is the longer it goes on, right?
Yeah,
the more Ghosts it push up, you end up Supermassive Blaze to start to fall down. I think Supermassive Blaze, the one reason they won that last engagement in the first week was they were able to obliterate through Ghost very quickly and efficiently, and that was why they were able then to secure those 4 kills and move up in a more successful Miramar match overall. But to talk about far from the zone, I mean, it's about as deep as you go. 1,800 meters in around our Pozzo, in amongst the fight too. That's going to be brutal for teams like Alpha 7.
Oh, but here we go. Supermassive Blaze able to find the opening on the Ghost. Beowulf goes down. The rest should be there though, but still the damage has been dealt. Beowulf will need to patch himself back up, and he's going to be able to do so without any trouble. Ghost still looking at a 4-man strong squad. Supermassive Blaze able to dig a little bit onto Ghost. That's not really going to be putting Ghost in a comfortable spot. They're going to be quite uncomfortable for now. And Supermassive Blaze, with that initial lock being found, they're looking quite aggressive in this one, taking a couple of shots a little bit more, and Beowulf able to slip past through that. He's just on a sliver of health.
Yeah, this is really important actually with Supermassive Blaze of finding these knocks potentially if it can get them, because the problem is Ghost with the zone on phase 1, they actually have this advantage. They can move backwards from this fight and be safer and not run into those coming into that first phase. But for a team like Supermassive Blaze, you've got the likes of Furious Gaming, Footballers all coming over at Picado Hill. That puts some pressure on Supermassive Blaze. If they can't win this fight, they're later out of his compound. What's it going to look like? I mean, talking about that buggy, it's looking pretty rough for that one. It's HH24. We'll pop tires on all the front and we'll get rid of, course, those outer plans out from Supermassive Blaze. Is now, what do we do without the vehicles? What do we do without the buggy? Because, as we said, there's going to be these teams in about 5 or so minutes heading up behind them and making it all so tricky that we've seen for Supermassive Blaze before. We've seen them get caught out on these later rotations, and I actually think that these wider rotations could be an option then for the likes of Ghost, Supermassive Blaze. You see them rotating to the likes of Fenerbahce in on towards Chumisera, making that wider flank round. I mean, Ghost are already on a 3-man in the vehicle. Is there going to be escaping just fine? 4-man, actually.
Oh, there we go. Ghost off the charts over here from Picado. Not really interested to fight a Supermassive Blaze. And I'm pretty sure Tron did spot that vehicle out, so now Supermassive Blaze can as well try and be a little bit more comfy in Picado.
We gotta get out of
for
there.
Bolist, yep, they also need to get out of here because still, yeah, even though they're inside the zone, they're still on the edge, and you want to make sure that you're at least getting yourself a good positioning as quick as possible, as early as possible in the game, because late rotations, most of the times, they don't really work out. And talking about late rotations, another team pops up in my mind has to be Na'Vi, and 7-0. Be careful there.
I know, right? He tripped over the hill, man. I mean, it's just like, you know, when you're walking through into your house and you just trip over a cable or something. That was 7 right there. I mean, you just didn't see it. Just didn't see the hill. Sometimes we close our eyes in life and then we fall over in the vehicle in the hands of desert. It's like this people also having some troubles. I think the S2G, they're warming up, as we could say, to the second super weekend. But they're going to make it. I have faith. They're inside the zone and they're heading in towards Ministro and Orales. But looking towards actually a great position, S2G. I mean, you can see the stats already of these players. You know what they're capable of. And when you give them a position, right, like La Bendita heading forward into this zone, I think that high ground is going to pay off excellently for them, because if they use La Bandita as an anchor position moving forward into the center later on, even if it shifts down away from up towards Puerto Parisio of all cases, they're still going to be okay, because it's that information is power idea, right? The S2G, they're going to know who's in front. They're going to be able to make those informed decisions that allow them to navigate trickier zones.
Now, I do have my eye on Na'Vi, and they still haven't moved in from La Cabrera, so they're going to be having quite a late rotation. That means info to work with is also going to be quite less. And talking about infos, Knights going against Footballist, able to spot Asoke. Lutz took a little bit of shots. He caught a little bit of bullets onto himself, but he's able to make it out safely from that. And now Knights, again, seems like Black Dragons are in the front lines. Alucard need to be sure. He needs to be safe because he's out in the open, as I mentioned. He only has that little buggy to work with, but guess what? Alucard strikes in hard.
Yeah, Black Dragons have been called out in amongst every one of these other teams. This is where they're all sitting right now. Coming out, of course, La Bendita closer towards that center of the zone, and this is where Knights have their playground, but Xenox will be shut down. It's a far right side of Footballist, as Lutz will be able to take him down. And now Rumilosny, he'll fall too. It's an absolute bloodbath. There's a third party and everything. Chico's gonna drop too, and all the meanwhile, it's red bodies, dead bodies everywhere. Knights are out, Black Dragons, they take him into oblivion.
Oh, Footballers are just so happy. They're able to rack up so many kills. They're able to third party from all the way far. And they're able to steal a couple of kills. Black Dragons, they're down to now a 3-man squad. And talking about a team like Knights already out the game. Oh, this is not really a great outing for Knights. I mean, they look so phenomenal in the league days. And now in Super Weekend's first 2 games, not able to show themselves up. But still, as I mentioned, there's just the first 2 games. You still have 3 more games to go.
Second phase going to head in towards Los Leones as well, and towards that Puerto Parisio side. So it is going to be, as we mentioned, these north and westerly teams like SCG using that anchor point, using, I think, the edge of Los Leones, heels up towards that north side, moving in towards the city. Going to be so crucial a position. But Footballers, we talked about that third party, right? They have had such a great third party position, 4 kills to the side of Black Dragons, so as they look to try to secure more. Soul Cave on the edge.
Oh no, he's getting shot at from Fuguizin all the way across, position being unknown, and he's taking complete advantage of that. Footballist. And just within a blink of an eye, they're down to that one last man alive. Rom able to try and hold things over here, but is he going to be able to do so? That's the question. The charge in comes in through from the side of Black Dragons. Golden leading the charge. Rom trying to strike back, but not really able to find any outing from this one. Not really able to find any damage, and no, Rom is down quite low. And guess what? Loot's able to find one man from the side of Black Dragons, and here we go. The back and forth trades are happening. Golden as well being spotted, and all of those players are just being caught off guard by Lutz' flank from the back. And now Lutz need to take care of GC God. If he's able to get rid of GC God, Black Dragons are just going to crumble down.
It's down to the 1v1 though. I mean, it's down towards Lutz. Can he be able to get across past that tree? Because that's where he needs to get to be able to finish off the kill. I mean, he's still on a 1v2 right now. As beg your pardon, it still is one inside of smoke. And Lutz, I think he's gone for the retreat. He's not wanting to fight because he sees a Golden GC guy. He comes over that hill. Golden has a reposition possibility. And they're going to give up Brown down towards the solo. Not a great ideal start for footballers as they engage in that third fight. Try to take down Black Dragons, but Lutz, the problem was, right, as BJK, Besiktas, they still a kill. I mean, come on, guys. There's still chicken dinner food for Madam. There's still a kill now for Black Dragons. They're like the masterminds. They're the thieves when it comes to strategy.
Oh man, I gotta call Besiktas the Bankbusters at this point. They're just robbing these kills over from the side of Footballers. Black Dragons would have gotten that rest back upon the fallen man, but now Besiktas stealing that away. It's quite a bad outing for Team Black Dragons. Not looking great for now. Supermassive Blaze as well. Not really a great start. Not really a great outing from this game. Tron able to survive. Frozen is the man in the clotheslines, tanking a little bit of blue zone damage. Same thing goes with Tron, but again, we do know what Frozen's capable of. That 1v4 clutch, we can never get our minds off of it. And now Tron realizing the same thing. He's not really going to be revealing himself just yet. Going to be trying to find himself a little easy knock. And as soon as he secures that knock, that's when Tron will be a little bit more confident. Frozen still being left out. I think so. Tron might just think that there's no one around him, so he might just decide to peek out, but no, Frozen. Yeah, he knows. Frozen makes a little bit of sound, position given away, and Frozen is all by himself. If Tron charges in forward, Frozen might just be in a lot of trouble.
I think Tron, he definitely knows if there's someone there. He's not making a sound. He'll stay as still as a rock on that hill because he don't want to have that shot. He don't want to have any sound of Next Royer potentially taking him out as heading in towards that coastal line, right? A7, they've navigated their way down in towards Impala. Right, are looking, though, to continue to put down the pressure on that high ground as we hit that stalemate point. But I think it's not going to be for long. That third phase is gone down hard into Puerto Parisio. I called it, man. I'm just telling you, I've got the powers today, Necro. We're going down south, boy.
Yeah, here we go. The slot zones continue, but no. I'm going to hold on to my words as Rise find a player of A7. Senetexa goes down. Cario, though, he replies back in style now. Rise, Nunes, all the way across the road. Looking to take down, looking to at least find a little cheeky angle onto Cario. Is that going to be successful, though? That's the question. Nunes not really able to connect any shots for now. Cario going to be patching himself back up, takes that buggy, and he's on a move. He's going to be trying to reposition himself, and he does. Gets a little rich to work with. A7 having a lot of advantage in this fight. Cario, if he catches any bullets on him, if he goes down, then A7 might just be in a lot of trouble. But look at Gary. He's a huge threat for A7, and especially Cario. If he's not able to take care of Gary, that means they're going to be falling apart. And here we go. Gary's position being spotted. The threat is still alive.
A7, they will have to hold further back, right? Gary, this flank side is so dangerous. We also saw Lutz, the solo player, fall down to Navi as a fighting ensues. Blue Japan also dropping to the rest of Fenerbahce. Israel confirmed they won't kill themselves. Continuing that push, though, further. So I don't think they're quite done. Even that's on the high ground. Eyes over Ghost, and it's all down here towards these initial fights, the high ground versus the low ground. Having that ability to shoot down on your opponents and then not being able to cross those open flats in onto you. That's right. Speaking about high ground, though, they may just leave the rest of A7 as They do have to keep in mind, the zone is moving away from them. They do need to get out of this situation.
Oh, so many teams are being caught in that rotation. One of them being A7. The nade from Nunes is going to be quite instrumental. If he connects this one, it's going to be quite huge. No, though, a little bit of undershoot coming in from his side. Sanhok is spotted, taking shots. Traps being traded from both sides. Nunes falls down. He has some inhuman reactions over here. Sanhok able to slap him back in the face, but the zone is dealing a lot of damage on the Sanhok and not really able to withstand it. Was left with only such sliver of health to work with. Sanhok falls down, but still not really a huge deal for a team like A7. But on the other hand, now next Ruya looking to strike back against Furious Gaming. They find one. Green goes down. Next Ruya looking quite good. Furious Gaming left with 3 men to work with. Still, they are pretty strong.
Furious Gaming, they're going to hold up though. They don't want to continue too much further into the zone. They're trying to navigate out of this Los Leones side. They've got the problem right of next Roya up against them. With Furious Gaming, they're a lot worse for wear. They have to be able to, I think, navigate in around that silo, potentially. Try to use Big Milo on more of that lefter angle until Frozen could be an option because they need to be able to actually use this mountainside to wrap around. They can't make this straight, flat race in onto next Roya, in onto Unicorns of Love. They have to use the terrain to their advantage. Even though that's riskier because they are getting now engulfed by the zone, they have these crucial 30 seconds, and it's what they do with these 30 seconds for the side of Furious Gaming. Will they make that move? Because if they don't, they're going to be chasing that blue zone in behind them for the next 2-3 phases. And eventually, you can see them being taken out as they try to approach, finally, that outer ring.
Here we go. Unicorns Love, the buggy smoking. Jumps out in the nick of time. Gonna be safe for now. Talking about navigating inside the zone, I'm really worried for Na'Vi because they still have a lot of threat in the front lines. And I'm pretty sure in those rotations, they're gonna be caught. There's no way because the zone is just filled with a lot of teams at this point in time. And now Besiktas putting the final man of Rise back to sleep. And Rise now being out the game. It's quite a huge team taken out. That's quite a huge threat being eliminated out the game. Besiktas looking good for now with 1 elim on their name. And Na'Vi, as I mentioned, as they do want to try and navigate in, I am quite worried because H2G in the front lines, Na'Vi, they will have a lot of burden on their shoulders. H2G seems like they're on the move, so Na'Vi, they're going to be finding themselves a free outing. They're going to be finding themselves a free in inside the zone.
S2G, I don't think it's going to be so free, but we do have to clean up Balut Chaptan. I don't think it'll be too hard for them, though. As there we go. Unfortunately, Balut Chaptan is run through by the rest. I think if that was actually A7 who blew up their vehicle and eliminated them out. So a slight mistake in positioning there for Balut Chaptan to be able to caught by the backside of that engagement. A7 going to be up to 4 kills now as a result of that. Is in my strike number 5, though. Fenerbahce are looking in some danger as Black Dragons also push on top of them. The nades will go wide. Dokkan Machine Rebellion on the retreat, making their way through the gorge in towards the zone, but still 200 meters out. And the problem for a team like Fenerbahce, right, is you've got a team behind you, but you've also got players on the other side. And making that needlework way through in on towards the center with Dokkan Machine now down to Besiktas. It's trying to thread that needle through that haystack of players.
Oh, and Besiktas now taking little shots from all the way far away. They're kind of like the third party in this one, and Fenerbahce has a lot of things to worry about. Flaky falls down, or actually Falky falls down. Rebellion quite in the clotheslines. And still, he's not really going to be going for the rest this early in the game. GC God on a move. He's just bobbing and weaving his way in. Position being revealed. GC God has a lot of eyes on himself. And, well, he's the only hope for his team. Moves in close. And, well, guess what? The MG3 strikes in quite hard. But the final man be taking care of Na'Vi. Oh, no. The threats are just all over the place.
It's third party after third party. I mean, it's all about its high ground moving in. There's no compounds really here. It's all about positioning on this map. And you can see teams like on that high ground, like Na'Vi, are going to take such advantage of this. Yes, they're on that higher side towards the northern end. They do have to move in further. The problem is for a team like Na'Vi is they now need to use their position here. They got a brilliant spot, but they also have to cross that road. As it shifts away from them in phase number 5, they have to be able to make these kills, but with Tixie down, it puts a lot of slowing pressure on them, because as that pressure builds up more and more, you can see the players more and more making those crossings and filling up less room for Na'Vi to cross. And I think Na'Vi, they're playing this game and they're trying to see if A7 will fall to S2G, if they'll take each other out, and then they'll try to cross themselves. But again, you're relying on nodes of the other teams.
Oh, Ghost and STG in prime positioning inside the zone. They're the only teams that have a compound to work with. Rest of the teams will have to settle with just ridges for themselves. And now A7 quite separated out from each other, but still they can try and work it out. Besiktas have a little high ground over A7, but A7 have a little advantage because they're quite close to the zone. That means Besiktas will be pushed by the zone soon in no time. Zone HP falls down. Enjoy 7. She's taking the res onto the fallen man. H2G took a little bit of return fire onto themselves. And next Kador, out in the open, took a lot of shots. The tires being popped for the buggy. That's why not really able to accelerate his way through. Kador will have to settle in the position that he has stopped for now. And Lin from all the way back finds Kador. He only needed to connect one shot, and now he wants to confirm the kill, and he will do so.
Oh, but it's all gone wrong for Nextwarrior, right? They've been stopped right on the entrance on in. Furious Gaming, they actually overtook the Nextwarrior. They took way too long to enter into this zone. Frozen is out in the netherworld if it's phase 5, as he won't be making it in at all, you've got to feel, in through those open flats. Aton, equally the same problem. They're trying to come in too late in on this western side, and you can see that because this is the less hillier side, this is a more flat entrance on in, you had to make that entrance in quicker. As Na'Vi, they have used to fighting, they've somehow sneaked their way in. Actually, I think this might be a mistake through from some of these teams like Furious Gaming, like Ghost, right, who have given their position such a massive spot, but double nade, that was on both sides. It's actually, they've suffered a 1 casualty each end as triggers in. Will be confirmed by Tixie, but you can see the damage being done to Na'Vi. We're going to see how they need to continue to push. There's unfortunately no more for Frozen. We said they would be caught out, and Unicorns Love, can they secure the resto who were further in on that zone? He hadn't yet
Next, Ruya, so you mentioned Nihat and Yikta quite close, and they're also being forced by the zone. They will have to move in, they will have to leave this ridge. They don't have any other choice, and Unicorns Love, they will strike in now, and this is their go time, and yes, they do. Rokus takes down Yikta, and Nihat, the only man left, out in the open, prone down, doesn't have any other choice. I feel bad for next Ruya, being forced out the cover, easily being wiped out by a team like Unicorns Love. And that's going to be it for next Ruya. Unfortunately, they got taken out the game, and A7 looking quite strong for now. 3-man squad actually scratched that. All 4 players are standing tall on their feet. And Furious Gaming, Poppy Potro, the only man alive, finds one almost, though. Not really able to find one yet. Kitsune down to half HP. Going to be able to patch himself up. But again, the threat is there. Poppy Potro with this insane angle that he's found himself in. Na'Vi will have to worry about left side and even right side and even the front lines. Just so much pressure on Na'Vi. They're being sandwiched from all the different angles. And H2G, Silas was quite aggressive. But with that nade, he will be forced back to safety.
Na'Vi, we have to play aggressive, and we cannot sit in this position. They're trying to play it patient. They have somehow managed to force S2G back, and I think this is because of the zone, right? You can see the zone. S2G now saying, well, we've got a team on the other end of this, A7, that are also going to be this problem, but S2G, they gave up on both sides. They're trying to make their way in, because Suni is also making his way up the top of his hill, and Kalse, he'll be punished for it. You can see S2G indecisive. And now they will lose even more. A second dropping in S2G. They're falling one after another.
The prime positioning, not so prime after all. Circle moving away. S2G will also need to move in the zone. And Na'Vi taking full advantage of that situation exactly. Na'Vi still 2-man strong. I don't really know how they were able to survive that sandwich situation. They're playing this to perfection. A brilliant moves being made from the side of Na'Vi. Unicorns Aloft spotting that crucial rotation from the side of Aton. They don't have any other choice. Unicorns Aloft will try to take a little bit of dig on the enemy hills over here. Aton, look at this. All they have is just that little open ground to work with. They're just prone out in the open ground. Asta being spotted by Lin. A little bit of more shots there, and yes, there goes Asta. Asta being taken out the game now. Unicorns Love, they're looking to dominate this one. All 4 players alive. They're just on a killing spree. 8 eliminations already on their name.
Who said the Unicorns? They couldn't play on the hills of Miramar. El Champion has stamped their way through with 8-9 kills so far, and it's Woodstone's offside position. But it is so beautiful in this situation. The 2-2 split, absolute control over these northern teams, and they've got this ridge line to prove it. Woodstone, of course, using that one building in towards the center zone and capitalizing on our high ground as Ghost. They will also sabotage A7 before falling into the hands of Unicorns themselves.
Ghost overextending themselves will have to pay the price. HS24 goes down. Looking to confirm the kill. Oh, quite close. Not really connecting though. Still no connections being found yet. And Lin over here single-handedly mowing down Ghost. Finds two. Looking to get the third one. Beowulf down quite low as well. And now Ghost, they only have one healthy man left alive. On the other side, A7 is the team that they really need to take care of. Ghost is just challenging fights on all different angles, and they're not scared. They're not scared of anyone. They're down to take those smokes, man.
Unicorns of Love, they get the phase 6 zone 2. It gets worse, and it gets even worse here for the rest of A7. Ghost,
oh my
both
God,
down to a trio, but look at the spread. There's no way none of them get spotted coming in on this zone, but it's now down to can Unicorns of Love use the spread well, because the one problem with this, if they start losing members, very difficult for Unicorns of Love to be able to make those revives, and very able for these trios to close together to move up. As GK first, he might be the one to fall.
Oh, he definitely might be the one to fall. A7 and Ghost, they do want to penetrate through this defense that Unicorns of Love. They do want to breach in, but Unicorns of Love, they aren't really given any kind of easy outings or any kind of easy ins inside this. And well, Woodstone, he's being pushed on by A7. They've gotten themselves a little compound control that Unicorns of Love had just a while ago. And Woodstone, he's on top of it. He does have the high ground. That means he can try and take out Mafioso in the open, but he's able to slip past through his eyes and he's able to get back to safety. But Ghost, though, we talk about safety. Ghosts are not safe for now. Beowulf, the last man alive, and I'm pretty sure with those initial shots, his position is also being revealed. And now Ghost being put down to sleep. This leaves A7 and the Unicorns of Love, the only last two teams alive. A7, they have this house. They have this house to work with, but again, Unicorns of Love, they are trying to get real up close and personal. So only this deadly Mafioso goes down. I'm not sure how he did so. And yes, he was the Molotov from GK first.
Yeah, it's all about now flaming up here, bombing through the house of A7. They tried to invade it, but they put themselves in a bottleneck position where Unicorns of Love, they're starting to close in on top of them. And you can see that A7, they've got nowhere to run. Carrillo is so low, and Senetexa too is so charges on him, but gets knocked down. 1v1 is now Senetexa takes it back in return. Carrillo so low as Rolkis moves in, and here comes the rest of Unicorns of Love. They'll charge away forward. They'll convert one kill, but Carrillo, that's all he gets. Unicorns of Love, they'll take the second game. Winner, chicken dinner. And the Horsies back on top.
Oh yeah, exactly. Unicorns of Love. What a beautiful defense in the end, man. Any other teams like Ghost Gaming, A7, they had to breach in through, and I knew breaching that defense is going to be one of the most toughest things, right? Because Unicorns of Love, they had the prime positioning. On the other hand, Ghost and A7, they still needed to make their mark inside the zone. And Unicorns of Love, realizing exactly that, positioning themselves to, for perfection, and they easily get that game in their hands.
Yeah, I think Unicorns of Love, that beautiful split that you saw, 4-man all across that zone. They were looking for that control on the initial entrance in on all of those teams, and I think it was brilliant map knowledge and awareness again on the fact that it's that road just ahead. It makes it so difficult for all of those teams to initially cross over. It bought that time, that road actually, for Unicorns of Love to be able to set up, because S2G, A7, they were all fighting each other across this road, and actually they ignored that backline threat that we saw on the rest of Next Warrior, right? Unicorns of Love were able to step through that more flatter side, and with no team to challenge them, were able to really outposition all of those teams who were busier with so much of those other squads earlier on.
And we cannot forget about Lin, right? He was single-handedly taking care of Ghost. Ghost was just not able to escape from Lin. If they even try to peek out, Lin was easily able to knock one player out, and he was single-handedly mowing, as I even mentioned while I was casting. He was single-handedly just taking care of Ghost, while the other two players were on the rooftop making sure that A7 isn't really pushing inside the compound. But still, somehow, A7 were able to push in the compound, but Unicorns Love, in the end, that crucial knock from that Molotov is where all the things just fell apart for A7, because they didn't really have the man advantage. It was a 2-on-4, and Unicorns of Love realizing exactly that, just pushing in, just charging in against A7, couldn't really do much to hold on. But this is how things really started off. It was just everyone was just robbing kills over here in the start.
Oh man, it was nights falling, and then you had afterwards
Black Dragons.
That's right, Black Dragons falling, and falling. It's just like domino effect, one after another, going down after each other in the center of the zone. I think it really opened the path, right, because of all of these teams getting third party, bit of space in the center, and I think it was very admirable for squads like S2G, like A7 to try take advantage of that more open center point. But then you had the problem, right, of these endgame markers. As we head towards that, we will see those mistakes of some of these teams like Next Warrior spending too long. They open up the way for Unicorns of Love for these kills because, as we said, it was open for them on the opposite side. And for teams like A7, for teams like S2Gs, head back towards them, they couldn't actually move past those houses in the right way. Again, on those houses, I think that had S2G, and I just want to say that point, if it hadn't gone in towards the face of Na'Vi, and it actually rotated around this other side towards the left, as you just saw in that image, they might have actually been able to pull off that game. I think that S2G, like positioning errors when it came to that final moments that they had in that game, because they were unfocused on who they took down and what their plan was. But had they had that plan, I think it was definitely S2G's possibility to take that game.
I mean, HCJ, I feel like the way they played that one, they were like, all right, no matter what, we have the top positioning, we can easily go for those kills. We clearly did see that confidence coming in through in the push against Na'Vi, but then Na'Vi just played that to perfection, right? They weren't really overextending. Yeah. They knew Ace2G is the one to try and overextend. They knew they're high on morals. They knew they're high on confidence. So they just let Ace2G push them over and over again, and Na'Vi eventually finding that opening frag just opened up so many things for Na'Vi, and they were able to capitalize on top of it. But Ace2G, as you mentioned, they could have tried to play things out a little bit differently, a little bit safely, but in the end, I just feel like they don't need to anyways. You know, they can always go for those aggressive plays. It's Ace2G in the end of the day.
Yeah, I think S2G definitely, whatever position they've got, still was pretty good. They were on top form, but top form as ever is analyst. That's going to help the span cargo. We'll see you there.
Thanks, Highland. Again, a second amazing game. But I gotta start by saying, Seven and Glitter, you guys are so good at guessing. Glitter, you said that this was a wildcard game, but you ended up betting on the team that won the match.
Hey, Unicorns of Love making me look good right now with 15 elims on top of the chicken dinner. Okay, for a total of 30 points. I think that's the highest one we've had so far. But to be fair, Seven, you also called out A7 on the flip side of that, and I mean, they do pretty well for themselves this time around, second place finish.
They definitely did. I mean, on top of that, with 8 Ilims, too, we saw the Alpha 7 that we kind of expected to, and we saw a big fight there towards the end between Alpha 7 and Na'Vi, and Alpha 7 being able to take that, considering that Alpha 7 lost the player to Na'Vi in the first game. We do have the MVP right here, GK first, being able to get 4 Ilims, 3.6 MVP points, 958 damage. Not bad, actually. Not bad at all from Unicorns of Love. And going back to what I was saying with Alpha 7, this is kind of what I wanted to see out of them. This is the reason why I was kind of choosing them too in that last match, because I wanted to see how they would be able to bounce back after such a poor performance in Erangel. They bounced back amazingly. And then if we go to Na'Vi, yeah, I am not surprised to see Na'Vi right there, truly in the first place for this super weekend in regards to points. They were able to secure themselves 10 Elims. They were able to secure themselves some good placement points as well. So far, Na'Vi, something that we have seen out of Na'Vi is that aggressiveness being back with them, which I know we were talking about it. I absolutely love it, Span.
Oh my goodness, and taking a look at that second list as well. I think there's some people in here that we gotta say a little bit surprising to see. Fenerbahce, S2G, Knights, Boss. I mean, still, it's only 2 matches so far, so one game could completely change this. But even this last match, gotta say, even though it was kind of the wildcard game, it had the 6 teams that we kind of were talking about needing to keep an eye on, right? It had Unicorns of Love, A7, Ghost, Navi, Aton, S2G. All those teams ended up doing really well in the end of those matches there. I'm like kind of curious, Seven, does that just have anything to say about those teams? Like, we kind of were talking about them. Those aren't the consistent teams. So maybe is that why they're playing so well on the unknown match?
You know, something kind of to piggy off that, something that Glitter mentioned so well is that she thought that this was going to be like the wild card match of today, right? We're talking about Erangel, we're talking about Sanhok as well. I mean, Miramar, just so top heavy here, being from Unicorns of Love. I mean, 15 elims for that team, considering that this is the 2nd place team coming out of Europe's championship. Like, these are the teams that I was expecting on. And then we go to the complete opposite. We have Blue Chapter, which once again, I said I expected to see a very slow start here, but it's not the slow start that I was meaning. Like, I was meaning for them to kind of just trying to get their stuff together. They're currently just looking like a Blue Chapter that's probably not going to get enough points to be able to even contest on that final Super Weekend.
Oof, hate to hear it, but going ahead and still go and show your support for these teams, y'all. You guys know the drill. If you guys have a team or a player you guys want to call out, you can do so with your fan favorite vote. So vote for your favorite PMGC team or player and get yourself rewards. Get a voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, and then go on ahead and find out more information in the Esports Center as well. But you can get millions of rewards, including various pink level permanent items only during this period, including the PMGC exclusive treasure box. All you have to do is watch PMGC live on YouTube or in the in-game Esports Center, get that PMGC token, redeem it, and go ahead and get those permanent items in the Esports Center. One last thing, once again, is that there is now an exciting PMGC community tournament with game TVs. It's open to everybody. Go on ahead and register to play, and you can get yourself the PMGC tokens and Google Play cards as well. But that was a 2nd match of this 2nd Super Weekend already complete. Next up is once again an Erangel match, and we'll be back right after this break.
Already put down, but you can see the zone. Even one tick deleting through that health bar as they continue to move back and forward. But a nade
is the team that is on the edge lines, and S2G has found themselves right in the smack center. Unicorns Love getting charged up on by Fenerbahce.
The only now outskirt team still to make it inside, still unsuccessful here is Mad Bulls. Fenerbahce here from one team, taking out another to the 3rd, to a nade.
Exactly, and another circle as well ships out of here, but not really a lot of cover to work with. Eastern Stars is the team that is on the edge lines, and S2G has found themselves right in the smack center. Unicorns Love getting charged up on by Fenerbahce. A 2-man falling
on the push as they come over the hill. The smoke's already put down, but you can see the zone. Even one tick deleting through that health bar as they continue to move back and forward. But a nade, that's a double. That's the silencer that you need for Rise to stop the push.
Can almost make out the shoulder of Silas. Silas looking to make some moves. Gary takes some shots. Going to be receiving a lot of the shots from Silas. Silas going to be getting chucked out from Papa Blue. Probably going to go out the Papa Blue, and we're looking at...
And that's more importantly positioned for them to then catch out some massive plays at a later point. Is unfortunately Fenerbahce have been spotted by Zeta Texa. Their go-to to be so easily run over, even if it is by S2G.
Exactly, and so Unicorns Love as well is not really far away from Ghost, right below them at 96 points. And look at this, A7 Carrio finds one twice, second, a one-man army striking again.
S2G, another nade, goes wide, but it's not enough. 1-for-1 trade, it's now all down.
1v1
himself. It's a 1v1, rightly so. Golden versus Silas as he dips around, but the eyes, they're so strong for Black Dragon. Still those non-first down members giving the information away for Golden as he steps away over the hill.
Oh no, Silas going to be cooking a grenade, going to be tossing the grenade, chunking down just a little bit of Golden, but Golden going for that return out here. And
Silas knows Golden probably looking for this pickup, probably looking for this revive. I don't think it's going to be possible. Golden needs to make sure to be locked and loaded, ready to take this engagement. Silas is going to be pushing with the UMP, going for that spray down about 50% HP.
Welcome back to PMGC West League. It's the Super Weekend. We're about to be going into our third match, but first of all, I kind of wanted to focus on that last match a little bit more because we had a great discussion about it while it was happening. Glitter, I mean, Unicorns of Love just winning that match, just their sheer control of that entire circle. Just expound on that.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see it when we had the top-down view of that final circle there, and we were kind of talking about it. The amount of area that Unicorns of Love were covering, the angles that they had as a team, because they had this massive 4 solo person split that essentially had control of the 50% of that final zone, right? And we heard the casters talking about it. We had Lynn, who was really able to focus down Ghost single-handedly, while, you know, we had, I think it was Woodzone was up on the roof, and then everybody else was kind of covering those extra outside angles, making sure they knew exactly where A7 was rotating in from, able to pick people off as they were pushing in. And it was just such a clean game for Unicorns of Love, as we see the head-to-head here up on the screen between GK First, who was the player that had that clutch molly that came in and was able to knock Mafioso on A7, and then of course against Lynn, one of the other stand-up players, the one who was shredding down Ghost. And the damage from both of these players is massive. 7, honestly, to get almost 2 players at 1k damage for one game is huge.
It really was, and I think you said it perfectly there, even when we were watching the game. That spread they had, that for them to be able to be that confident in each other, for them to be able to hold off angles. I mean, I think it was Lynn, if I'm not mistaken, that was able to eliminate Ghost pretty much by himself, being able to kind of hold off that off angle. And piggybacking there, being able to get off angles, I got to give some props to Alpha 7 as well, because at one point, they were playing by themselves once again. They were doing an amazing angle, trying to figure out which way the zone was going to go. Ultimately, it helping them with getting just elim points and some extra placement points. I mean, what can you say when teams play that well? You can't say anything. You just want to see it again, pretty much.
Pretty much. Speaking of playing well, though, I bet they're using a OnePlus 9 or 9 Pro. You guys heard it here with the flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Plus Pro are your best shot to, of course, climb that leaderboard. Now, though, we're done with Miramar. All those teams that we were expecting to be towards the top, doing insanely well in that wildcard match there on Miramar, now going into Erangel for the second time. I'm kind of curious, 7. Are we expecting maybe the same performance, or maybe some of those other teams towards the bottom kind of sneaking their way on in there?
You know what? I'm about to call out this team. Fenerbahce, where are you? Like, you were a very, very consistent team in the first Super Weekend. And today, we just, I mean, I think this might be the first time that we're actually even talking about you. I would love to see some kind of bounce back. I'm not expected to see a chicken in here. I'm expected to just see some kind of bounce back in regards to points, whether it's placement points, elim points, just anything, so you can get some momentum going your way. And now, going to the other one, Bulu Chaptan. I mean, I've been talking about you pretty much all day in your first Super Weekend. I've been saying, I'm going to give you until the 3rd game. Guess what? This is the 3rd game. I want to see a more focus in a way, Bulu Chaptan. I want to see a more collectively working together, Bulu Chaptan, because what I've seen in the past 2 games it doesn't want me to continue seeing what they've been doing.
I like that point that you brought up about Fenerbahce, though. At least get a chicken or something to go on ahead and kind of show themselves back here. But Glitter, they haven't actually won a single chicken dinner just yet. I wonder, we thought that they were really consistent coming into this, just getting placement points and kill points. But at this point, could that fact that they can't go on ahead and win that game maybe be their downfall as well?
Well, I was really concerned about them, to be fair, coming into this Super Weekend, because I mentioned it at the top of the show. They came in They qualified into the Super Weekend in 16th place, right? It was a markedly different performance from last Super Weekend to this past week of league play, where it felt like they slowed down a lot and they struggled a lot more, and I was worried that that might potentially carry into the Super Weekend. It looks like that's currently the case, so they're definitely going to need to figure out a little bit of a reset here for themselves so they know how to get back to where they were last time around. We'll see if they're able to do it in this third match.
Yeah, maybe they just need another jump start for themselves, trying to figure out what they used to have that now they're kind of lacking. We'll see if they'll be able to figure it out, because you're right, we're about to be jumping into our very third match of today. Erangel once again, this time with different casters. Go at it.
Different indeed. What's up? Hey, we're just built different, Dave. That's what I'm talking about.
Different. Hey, we are different. That's a fact out here, and we're gonna talk about it, Hot Jukes. That's why they got us here, man, to talk about Super Weekend 2, Day 1, Match 3.
Let's talk about it, baby. Let's get it going here. I mean, this is going to be a huge game for a lot of squads. You know, it's halfway through the first day, and you want to set the tone. You want to set the tones. We saw Unicorn of Love set the tone last game. Who's going to do it in this one, Dave? I want your predictions right now. Who is it?
If you really are forced to
Talk
be
about it.
back against the wall, yeah, to talk about it, oh, man. Let's see here. Let's see. Mad Bulls are sitting out. Eastern Stars are sitting out. So they're kind of losing their overall Super Weekend points every single game. And it's only going to get worse for them, right, throughout the weekend. So I'm looking at Boo Luke because this is their first Super Weekend, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm looking at the overall right now, just based off of, you know, we only had 2 games, not too many games to really talk about. But you making me talk about it. They only got 3 points right now, Hot Jukes. They need to get a lot more points if they want to actually walk away at the end of the Super Weekend with their heads held high and confident that they have the potential to qualify, right, for the finals. Because if we look at the other end of the spectrum, Besiktas, oh, I mean, talk about showing up.
They're talking
first
about
Super Weekend. They got a chicken dinner today so far.
First game, chicken dinner, waking up. That's what I love to see. And I mean, especially if you already missed one Super Weekend day, one Super Weekend total, you know, starting off strong like that is just massive. I mean, we're hearing some shots off here. Looks like Supermassive Blaze does have their eyes onto Aton. Tron's got a hold of VSS, though, and this thing has been buffed recently. Oh, can he hit those, though? That's the question. Oh, it's Supermassive. No, they're pushing this.
Happy with that.
They're pushing this right into OP dip. Here they go. Oh, and Aton is ejecting out of it. But are they going to make it in time?
They're getting shot.
Oh, we got a runner. Oh, they stop?
Let's go.
Oh! Savian with the AK, baby. Instant. Knocked out the vehicle. What a great shot. What a great shot. What a way to start things off. Easy point.
The confirm right there. Getting it done in style. So Aton going to be down to just 3. Now, Aton first 2 maps, pretty solid. They're up there at the top with 34 points. So losing one early is not going to set them back too far here. But, of course, at the end of the day, you want to get as many points as possible. The goal here for the Super Weekends is to pretty much be consistent, right? You got to get consistent points. You got to, first of all, you got to qualify for all 3 Super Weekends, in my opinion. And if you don't, you really need to pop off. If you missed one Super Weekend, you need to slay out. But the main goal, top 16, right? Top 16 to head over to those finals, and those finals is where there's just a ton of money on the line. So to me, I'm looking at teams playing in the Super Weekend. I'm looking at consistency. I'm looking at play styles. I'm looking at plays in general. Like, if they get a knock, do they send it? Do they make a push? Do they send it with the vehicle? Do they send it with smokes? Now's the time for these teams to really hone down their skills that made them qualify. Their skills that brought them here, Hot Jukes, in the first place. I feel like now's the time, since the lobby is the top echelons when it comes to pro competitive play. Now's the time to really hone those skills here, in my opinion.
Right, you are, Dave. I gotta ask you this. You know, I completely agree with the teams that are in here right now. That's what they need to do. But what do you do if, let's say you're the coach, right?
I'm the coach. Okay.
You're the coach, Coach Dave.
Yeah.
What do you do right now if you're Xset or Team Queso?
Ooh, okay.
Come on, Coach Dave.
What do I do now?
Yeah, what do you do right now?
Or
right now.
Or what?
Friday.
I have.
Friday.
First of all, we're all sitting in a room watching this together, right?
That's correct.
So that's step one. Step two, we're taking notes. And you know who I'm taking notes on? Oh, what's happening? Hold up.
Oh,
okay,
all right.
Nice little Uzi. Nice little Uzi. You know who I'm taking notes on? I'm taking notes on, I hate to say it, but those bottom teams. Those teams that look like they could be easy fights early game. So I'm looking at teams who like to drop early and are super separated all the time. Like that's just their bread and butter. Like Unicorns Love, they always go Corey, Primorse. They always have either individual splits or like a really wide 2-2 split. If I'm Team Queso, I'm showing up, first of all, in the last Super Weekend because you have to. Say I'm in the last Super Weekend, I'm going to be hunting down these teams every single game, Hot Jukes, trying to exploit the fact that they are separated early and really catch them off guard. The thing is, though, you can't just pick on one team like Unicorns of Love. You could do it one time, but after that, they're going to be aware. So you have to have a list. And on that list, you have to have at least 3 teams that like to have these wide splits when they're looting, and you got to take full advantage of that. You got to come into these games. You have nothing to lose, first of all, because you haven't played in 2 Super Weekends.
Yes.
And if you do make it to the last Super Weekend, you need to get all the points, all the kills, and just start getting that buffer going. Because remember, I talked about it, top 60 is the goal. So it is definitely doable, but you need to make sure to come into every single match you have and not get 0 points, not get the 1 point. You need to get all the points, Hot Jukes. That's what I'm going to be telling the boys in the locker room.
I'll tell you what, it's about to be December, so they better make that list, and they better check it twice. Looks like the Knights did put a member of Besiktas on that list, and they get him on out of there. So that's going to be 1 kill to start things off for them. And when it comes to the XN Team Castle, gotta agree, bro. I mean, that's going to be pretty tough to see how they're going to be able to accomplish that, to be honest. I mean, they have a big bounce back to do. And Unicorns of Love, I mean, dropping on that split, that may be a good strat, but I mean, they're also in 2nd place right now. I mean, talk about nothing to lose. These guys are set up and pretty. So if you are going to surprise them, I think you're right. One time, you get moving. But right now, I think their eyes are on Besiktas. They're on Baluk Chopdon, you know, Supermassive. All these teams at the bottom that they have a possible chance of passing up.
Yeah, it's not like, hey, drop Unicorns of Love, they're a weak team. That's totally not what I'm saying. I'm saying drop on them because they split loot early game.
Yes.
Take advantage of that fact. And when we look at teams that do like to split loot, like Unicorns of Love, they are at the top. They are comfortable. Last Super Weekend, they slayed out, right? They got a bunch of points, and I don't see a world where they don't qualify for the finals at this point. All they got to do is make sure to get consistent points, just to kind of be at the top and float at the top. But besides that, like they're pretty solid, as we see the scores right there on that right-hand side. So yeah, I mean, step 1, make it to Super Weekend number 3, Hot Jukes. Step 2, slay out. You need to. You don't have an option at this point. There is no option, right?
Man,
no other choice.
I just imagine right now, you know, Coach Dave in the locker room, right? And you're looking at these teams at the bottom, the teams that you even stand a chance of possibly passing up, right? And you're looking at Besiktas chicken dinner game 1, Dave. You know,
I'm crying.
You're just going,
I'm crying.
Oh, speaking of crying, look at Nunez. Nunez starting to bring some tears to our eyes with some nice shots. He's going to go ahead and throw out a nade. Oh, both sides going to be exchanging a little bit of utility, trying to open things up. Nunez needs the rest of his team to get over there, but it looks like Mufasa's so far away on the off angle. I don't see the rest of his squad. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and just get that knock, use it as a nice little way to, you know, get some room to eject on out of there and get safe.
Yeah, pulling back just a little bit, but over here, the 2 teams always clashing back and forth every single time. Na'Vi and A7. Mafioso looking to prep this grenade, looking to toss this grenade. Ooh, Miku getting touched with that one just a little bit.
That one stung. And Mafioso's going to be hitting that lay down for now. Alpha 7's so good when it comes to these type of fights. Na'Vi is on. They got their backs to the wall right now. Tixie's going to try to get rezzed. Q's gonna have to be able to make something happen, but it doesn't look like it. Alpha 7, they're doing the push. Here they go, 2v1. Just trying to find that angle on that tree. It only looks like it's a matter of time. And Mafioso gets it done. Oh, look at the run over. The disrespect. The
Love
disrespect.
And then the safety smoke right there to make sure to loot that that crate together as a team. Teamwork makes the dream work. And talking about teamwork, looks like SMB were able to take out somebody out here. This little position has been hotly contested, pretty much all map long, all game long here. For the most part, a lot of teams are going to be playing that off-center position right now, and of course, Ghost Gaming set up in a really healthy spot. They're gonna have to defend that spot though eventually from Knights, who I do believe are gonna be taking some shots at them. But Jukes, you're in this zone. You know the terrain. Where would you want to go if you're SMB? Do you stay here in this dip, or do you try to reposition? That's my question to you.
Yeah, OP dip right now. It's a good spot. The thing is that I don't think they can really get out of it. They're getting a lot of pressure from Black Dragons, and eventually they're going to have to, because this circle is completely going away from this shelter zone. So if I were them, I think they have to kind of hold it down for now, but this is the planning phase, right? Right here, they should be thinking, instead of, worrying about teams pushing up on them, they got to be thinking, all right, where's this next zone going to go? And where it goes, what's our rotation looking like? They have to have that plan. They have to have the contingency plan just in case. Yep. And get set up. Get set up. For now, sit. But once that zone pops, you got to get moving instantly.
Who named that OP dip, by the way? Because every time I see a team use that, for at least 2 years now, they never make it out alive. Like, that's just what I have observed.
Because it's OP.
The years. OP to who? To the people looking at you from the outside?
Depends if you hit those or not, Dave.
Like, why is it OP? Who called it? Like, I know that's what we call it, but who named it that and why? Why?
It was the OP dip of legend. I think it was a strong spot, and then once everybody found out about how OP it was, it's I can't really say it that way. Its overpoweredness just slowly started, going down.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. We'll see what will happen with SMB. And of course, I'm sure people will argue, oh no, that dip is OP still. We don't care what you say, Dave. I'm just saying the facts on what I've seen watching competitive pro players.
It's hard to hold. Yeah, it's hard to hold.
It's hard to hold, and I want to say 9 out of 10 times, if a team recognizes you're in there, they don't hesitate to just pop their vehicles and just crash it right in that dip, pop out, throw some grenades, some mollies, and just hit fire for days, and it just never works out for me. So, talk about working out though. Poppy Protro.
Setting up, keeping his eyes out. Got that cheddar US, facing the east. Love to see that. So, speaking of, forget the east, we're going on over to the west, baby. A nice hard shift on over to Rozhok, and you can just see instantly squads in their vehicles on the move already. Watertown still open. That's going to be a nice little way for Unicorns of Love to be able to get into this circle. And you're seeing Footballists, Alpha 7 up on top. It's about to get jam-packed. We're about to see some action, baby. Let's go.
Coops! Hey, by the way, you know what we forgot to talk about?
What's up? What did we talk about?
Happy birthday, Coops.
Hey!
17 today. This dude is 17, 3 times MVP from the North America region. Like, talk about the achievements from this individual player. I'm a huge fan, so happy birthday to Coops today. Everybody make sure to wish him happy birthday.
Oh,
and let's see if they get that chicken dinner.
Lutz with the run over onto Ferdinand. Oh, you hate to see it if you are a Baluk Chopped On fan.
Baluk!
Footballist is going to get another kill there. And you're going to see them trying to be able to get some moving around. So, okay, does get the jump over. Now, Footballists are on a little bit of a retreat mode, trying to be able to get this reset fully. They got to watch out for Frozen up on top, though.
Yeah, they need to watch out for Frozen. And you and I, we saw 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
The 1v4 from Frozen. Of course, different situation right now, but just the fact that that one player we've seen with our eyes could pull it off. Footballists need to make sure work together as a unit right here as they look to push uphill.
If Frozen has a rock, watch out. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, don't push that.
Don't push that.
Don't push that. Nope.
Not at all.
So Footballists actually going to be pulling back, not opting to take that fight uphill, the uphill battle. I like that call.
Yeah.
I like that call a lot.
100%. They knew.
They see the zone. Yeah. They're going to be right there on the edge.
Yeah, next circle does come on up. Still that north, yeah, this dip right here, right above on the side of school is going to be a good position that's still relatively free. It looks like we're going to see Benabache go ahead and lock that down. Unicorns of Love did a split here to try and cover too much real estate, in my opinion, and they did lose one member in this process. So Rolkis is going to be up on top, trying to give some, sight lines for the rest of his squad. And this is barely outside of the zone, so they're going to have to start shifting here soon. They're on the thin side, so the zone's going to start closing a little bit slower here. But yeah, Roka's going to pop in that vehicle and get moving.
The Dukin machine. You got to watch out for that dude, though. Knows how to hit the shots. GK first with the Scar, spray down. Got to be popping in their vehicle, probably repositioning. But it goes back to our point, like Unicorns of Love, they have a really strong cushion up there on the leaderboards that I feel like a couple of these teams at the top, they're really just trying some new things or some things that they've played in the past, and they're just trying to tune it. They're trying to fine tune it and just get the wheels greased up, I guess you could say, and just make sure everything's working for those finals coming up.
My goodness, though. I mean, hey, this is some practice if I've ever seen it. I mean, this circle shifting all the way now to the east. It's just pulling back and forth and back and forth. Ghosts are sitting pretty there in the middle of this circle. Baluk go down there. So 14 squads left remaining. Navi and Baluk already taken out. And we're starting to see all these squads have to make the long rotation across the map. We're seeing people get pieced up in the process. Oh, come on. Revo, show me one more. I want to see it.
One time.
Let's let that bolty.
One time for the one time. So A7, they're going to need to be cautious because footballists are going to be rolling right behind them. And then you got Aton kind of gatekeeping them to the north. So I'm really curious, does A7, do they just pop their vehicles and send it into that Yasnaya inlet, that little lake, and just swim to the next side? Or maybe they'll just be little bridge trolls and hide underneath the bridge, but Knight's on top. So that north end, it's going to get sticky real quickly. Here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. And the thing is that normally I would say, nah, Alpha 7, send it into the water. Why would they do that? Their gun skill is just too good. But we've seen them do it before, right? We've seen them do it before over there on the west side of the map above crates, and they dominated from that position. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them send it onto that bridge and challenge the Knights for that dominant spot.
Another thing that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on is Besiktas already in the water. And I was watching East League last week. I didn't know this, but you can go in the backseat of the buggy underneath the water and heal. I was like mind blown. And
what?
This dude got like a 3rd place doing that. So I wonder if Besiktas kind of watching the East League and they're like, okay, we got the game plan right now. And the only reason I bring that up is because I do see 2 of the members in the water with the vehicle. So we'll get to that here shortly. As Revo squaring up, Alucard taking some bullets to the dome right there.
I mean, look at this. Alpha 7 pushing so far away, and the Knights so split up. They are just getting taken advantage of. Chico has to be able to win this 1v1. That nade was just a little too close for comfort. That forced him out the building to make some plays. Senatexa, I think right now Senatexa is going to just wait and just see what happens for his squad, but he's got the nade to get it done. And Alpha 7 just evict the Knights just like that.
Coops sending it to the water in that buggy.
Happy birthday, Coops.
Happy birthday, Coops. Trying to blow out them candles and hope that this grenade doesn't connect on top of them from Senatexa, but Revo wants this one bad. Gonna be scouting that coastline just a little bit. Aton still back there on the opposite end of the inlet. Ghost Gaming, though, I really like their spot down there towards the south. I feel like they have a strong compound to really have a nice chance at gatekeeping a ton of teams moving out of Rozhawk. But Black Dragons, Carrillo. Oh, that's a smoke.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Black Dragon's just so far out of position, getting caught. Oh, and that other off angle. Carrillo just too quick with the flicks. Back and forth, back and forth. I mean, almost gets the 3rd confirmed. They just gonna eject on out of there real quickly. Next zone does pop away from this, and look at Alpha 7 just sending it over and over again. Even without even getting close to getting zone blessed, still dominating.
Yeah, I don't think they've had a zone yet, right? And it just goes to show you how good this team is, that they don't have zones at all, but somehow they're managing to survive and get kills along the way. A7 definitely one of the top teams in the lobby. Solke though, looking to get a grenade to that second story window of the tower. Could be huge. Oh!
Ah, got him.
Got him. That's what you like to see.
Beautifully done. Footballists do have a little bit of the high ground there, applying some more pressure. Just get a couple shots on it. Rom gonna go there, get the finish. Does get the confirm. Only one remaining member, and they are full sending it. Here comes Footballist Vecta. Gonna try and get a pre-nade or something, but he's on fire, baby! Burn, baby, burn! Goodbye.
What do you do? That car.
Oh, eject the vehicle.
Oh, that thing just went yeet.
See ya.
See ya. Football list. This is what I like to see. That aggression. That's how I became a fan watching this team maybe a year and a half ago. Just their aggression, their overall mentality towards the game, and really like to see them kind of firing at all cylinders right here. We're gonna have that edge, but over here,
Nice.
who connected that? Enjoy this.
Bridge, yeah, he did say that's exactly what he did say. He threw the follow-up and looking in its direction. Now he's getting shot from all spots, jumps into the water. Full setting it, Besiktas just looking for placement points. And honestly, after game number 1, they have to be very hyped, but they still want the stuff. Their job's not done yet. They have a lot of catching up to do still. And you can see them just still playing it consistent, trying to get those placement points and get set up here for the last Super Weekend coming up.
Look at Enjoy. Enjoy's in the backseat healing on the buggy. Like I said, the pro strats here.
Strats.
The pro strats. This is why you gotta watch competitive PUBG Mobile, because you learn. You learn. But Revo. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Revo! What?
Let's go. The bank is open, Dave. Revo with the bounce shot, the bounce pass straight to the chest, getting that beautifully done onto Besiktas. And they are so badly hurt. Alpha 7, I kid you not, from no matter where they come from, you gotta watch out. Gary?
Still, that's where they come from. But Gary, yes.
Oh, blue zone.
Gary is that player from Rise. We've seen Gary pop off before.
Gary.
We have Mufasa, Nunez, and Gary 3 up. It looks like it's that building right there on the edge of the blue zone, or at least the last one that is. You have to assume Rise are looking to capitalize on their current hard cover before being forced to move out.
Gary OP, that's a fact. Look at this. Golden getting one onto Senatexa from really far away. That man's got an arm. He's going to have to watch out, though, because, I mean, here comes the rest of Alpha 7, applying so much pressure. We're moving on over. Ghost, still alive, all laying down there outside of this circle. And at some point, they have the opportunity to possibly third-party this.
Oh, man, I just hear an M249 just going off. And
Golden doing
so many
a great
players.
job.
Yeah, so many players looking to hold underneath this bridge down and just use it for cover, but it's not in the next circle. So I'm really looking at Ghost Gaming. They have those vehicles, a team that is so good at keeping their vehicles alive towards that late game as they do make that push across that bridge right now.
And they're full sending it, just driving right over the bridge trolls. That's Alpha 7 and Black Dragon's chilling out underneath there. And they're going to go ahead and pass them on up, get into a pretty good spot. So Ghost able to move into this circle relatively free. They're holding the east side of it. And they're just going to lay down and just look at that. Instant smokes. Just play it passive. Wait for the end zone, end game.
Ooh, Silas, don't move. Footballers with 7 elims, A7, 11.
Wow.
A7, 11. Let that one sit in. And we got to talk about it a little bit because we mentioned it. They have not gotten any zones, Jukes. Every single zone they had to send it. And just the fact that they have 11 elim points. Revo, the last one alive, is going to be really happy with that one. But I'm looking at Footballists on the high ground, a little 2-2 split. Looks like they're trying to collapse in possibly onto Ghost Gaming and take them out.
Dude, when you see A7 with 11 elims, dude, everybody in the lobby is just big gulp, dude. Big gulp. You got to watch out completely because these guys are on a roll. Even with just one player, you got to stay on your P's and on your Q's. Fenerbahce trying to get some shots down on to S2G, the drop shot. Oh, not strong enough.
Not strong enough. Now the Dukin machine with the little boulder going to be hitting up this crate real quick, get some heals off, and
Ghost
so
done?
Footballists, Footballists did end up pushing downhill and taking out Ghost Gaming right there. Footballists, when they are feeling it hot, Jukes, you could tell. You could tell, man, because they're taking all the fights. Look at the aggression, and then keeping Lobson in the back as that anchor position to overwatch their teammates. to give him that room to make these moves, this is what you like to see.
Oh, Rob going fishing, and Rambo's still in the water. Somehow they still don't see him. He pops out, and he gets the finish. Goes back into the water. Are you kidding me? Rambo, the shark, in the water. Karabachi is gonna be looking this direction. That nade, though, does press him out. Footballist may be able to take him down, and he gets the kill. Picks up 2 kills. What is this man made of? Making 13. Making a big dozen. The shark.
It's a 1v2.
He's got the water.
Okay.
Oh, but that's all he's gonna be able to take. But still, are you kidding me? To see, I mean, okay, footballist with the chicken dinner, right? I mean, what a way for them to finish. But I mean, when I see a play like that, I'm just like, wow. I mean, we saw Frozen with the rock, and now it's Revo with the water.
So, Hot Jukes, people always make this request. We gotta do it, man. On the count of 3, we gotta do it.
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3.
Footballist! Let's go.
It's just what you gotta do. It's just what you gotta do. So GG's to them. They got a ton of kills. They got that winner chicken dinner. That's gonna set them up mighty fine here today. But you mentioned it. You said even when A7 have a solo, aka Revo, you gotta look out. You gotta watch. You gotta be aware on your P's and Q's, and that is exactly why this dude, 50% HP, popped out of the water not once, but twice, dude. Twice, and got 2 more kill points out of it. Like, who does that? Revo does that.
I mean, and I think he converted even 2nd place from that. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I mean, to see how far they had to push out of zone constantly and still get that many kills. I mean, this team is just, there's something else. Something else. Look on over at the highlights here from that last match, and oh boy, was there a bunch of them. See there, Carrillo putting some shots down there. Navi getting taken out really early. I mean, always running into Alpha 7. At this point, Dave, with these kind of plays that A7 is making, do you just start mixing it up if you're Navi?
I think so, man. Maybe not mixing it up, but definitely. Oh,
run over.
That's the one you were talking about. But definitely playing it a lot more. Like, you got to be a lot more aware, right? You can't just go from point A to point B. You got to make pit stops along the way and make sure that from point A to point B it's clear. Because if you're Navi, you always have to assume A7, they're around you. They're near somewhere, and they're just gonna be waiting for you.
Oh, jeez! Wow, that was a beautiful spray there. That bounce nade, yeah. Oh, that bounce nade off the bottom of that little bridge there, scaffold. That was so well done. And then, oh, he got another kill off the water.
All day. These highlights right here, these are beautiful. Like, these are some great. This was a great game, Hot Jinx.
Oh, and then look at that Iron Sight M249. The dude is built different. I kid you not. What a finish on that one there. I mean, I can't lie. I feel a little happy, Dave. I feel like we're getting some of the best highlights here. I mean, you can't really beat that right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's send it to the desk.
That is what we're talking about, Jukes. Again, another insane game. We seriously were just saying how the first 2 matches were absolutely just insane to watch, and then we had another one, 7. I mean, I basically just watched 2 solos, kind of bully Footballist at the end, but of course, Footballist doing an amazing job, still able to win that match.
Yeah, first of all, Footballist, as you just said it, an amazing match out of them, 14 Ilums, being able to secure that chicken dinner. But we gotta give some props. Alpha 7, my boy Revo, the MVP out of the Americas Championship, finally in a way kind of looking like the MVP here, being able to pull out some plays for him to be able to get those extra Ilum points for his team. Those are huge for Revo, and I'm not surprised that we get him here as the MVP. 1,000 damage glitter out of Revo.
I mean, he was just so sneaky, and he was able to get all those extra eliminations with barely any health to his name as well. I mean, it was a huge performance out of Revo specifically for A7. It's massive, honestly. But to give props to Footballist as well, I mean, they were one of those teams that I had called out saying between them and Atan, that's who I was going to be paying attention to, because they had really solid performances this last week of league play. Will it carry over? Now we have Atan with some really solid performances. Footballist here with the chicken dinner now. I mean, these teams are doing so well for themselves, and you could see what's happening now in the overall rankings from this weekend. So far, A7 is able to jump up into first. Footballist is now in third. I mean, this is... I'm not mad about it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm really not, as we're kind of taking a look here of what happened in the East earlier. But something to kind of point out here is a team that I was kind of hoping to see in this last match, Fenerbahce. They showed up. They were able to secure me there that third place finish with 3 elims. Hey, I said, just secure some points, carry that momentum. And when you talk about momentum, talking about a momentum destroyer in Alpha 7 taking off Navi. Navi has had some amazing performances here today. But things, I mean, for Alpha 7 to be able to do that, I think it was huge. And now we're going to the overall rankings here. We do see SCG still being able to maintain that first place. Unicorns of Love on that second place, and Alpha 7 there on the third place now with 190 points. And out of all these teams here, Glitter, anything that surprises you?
Yeah, because it used to just be Fenerbahce that was up here, obviously, after the first weekend on the first page, being the only squad with no chicken dinners. But now Navi's up on that first page, also without any chicken dinners yet. They've just been they've been consistently chipping away at the point leads that are above them, putting themselves in a much, much better position. And what'd you notice there on the second page?
Did you see the day Besiktas is currently having? I mean, just to kind of give you guys a reminder, we were talking about Mad Bulls there for the longest time. Mad Bulls in their last super weekend, they averaged about, I think it was a 6.5 points per game. Right now, Besiktas is averaging about 10 point something points per game. If they continue this trend, they're definitely going to be passing Mad Bulls by a lot.
I mean, 98, that is the number to beat, and you're right, that is just an absolutely insane number. I think it was Zute that actually said before, like 5 to 6 is usually what you should aim for per match. So if they're getting 10, that's nuts. They're definitely on the correct path so far. And just as a reminder to y'all, if you are interested in any of these teams, you can go ahead and vote for them. You can go ahead and launch PUBG Mobile, vote for your favorite PMGC teams and players, and go ahead and get yourself some rewards. If you get in the game, you can get a voting ticket, and then you can go ahead and use it to do so. You can get millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items, of course, only during this PMGC period, including potentially a PMGC exclusive treasure box. Look at that amazing pan, that bit, and that parachute. All you have to do is watch live here on YouTube or in the in-game esports center. Get that PMGC token, and of course, redeem it to get the PMGC permanent items only while it's live. And additionally, you guys already heard about it as well. It is the, of course, community tournament with Game TV. It's open for everybody, and you can go ahead and register to play and potentially get yourself a PMGC token and, of course, Google Play card. So again, a lot of stuff up for grabs for y'all, and of course, a lot of stuff up for grabs for these teams. There's only 2 matches left, and next up is Sanhok. Ooh, an exciting match to go ahead and wait up for, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit until then because we're gonna be sending it to break.
NANI?! お前はもう死んでいる。
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back to PMGC West League Super Weekend 2, Day 1. It is me, Span Cargo, with, of course, Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. This is a really exciting match to actually go ahead and get into. Seven, if you would just want to start it off, we're going into Sanhok.
Yes, I'm so excited for this one, and you get to see all those 3 Sanhoks that you guys played on Wednesday. This is what I'm looking for, and I'm looking forward to, Glitter, how Navi is gonna now bounce back from that last game in Erangel. We saw what happened in the first Erangel. Alpha 7 didn't do well. They were able to bounce back in Miramar. Now, in this last one, Navi didn't do so well in that Erangel, and we know that we're able to secure some great chicken dinners during that week of league play in Sanhok. So could this be it? Could this be the match of that they get a chance to win like their first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend?
See, it's definitely an option. However, it is Sanhok 7, which I mean, I think that means that A7 might have something to say about that. Rise might have something to say about that. I mean, even Black Dragons. So, and especially when you take into consideration the performances that A7 has been having today, going into Sanhok, I would actually be a little bit afraid of them.
I definitely would as well. I mean, oh man, wouldn't even put up a fight in there. Especially because at this point, I kind of want to focus on specifically, I feel like A7 and Navi, because I feel like they're kind of showing each other any faces this last league play. It was Alpha 7 just absolutely throwing it out of the park with 2 Sanhok wins, and then the next day, Navi went on ahead and did the same thing. I mean, Glitter, at this point, you know, we kept talking about Brazilian teams, but it really did feel like Navi was kind of just all like, oh, well, now it's our time to kind of come back and shine, and that's when we started seeing them even pick it up.
Yeah, Navi's completely turned it on here. As you guys see the most damage up there on the screen. Coops managing to get his name up there, but of course the Revo. And I was just mentioning Rise, another Brazilian team to be paying attention to here moving into Sanhok. But it really does feel like at this point we kind of have a true rivalry going on between Navi and A7, and I'm here for it, okay? Because this is what makes things spicy, 7, and I know that you like it too.
Listen, we've been hyping up this rivalry since day 1, okay? And for the longest time there, it was like a spoken thing between those 2 teams. I don't know if they were listening to us or what, but they just wouldn't fight each other. And now, so far today, at least 1 engagement out of those 2 teams. I mean, I'll be more than happy if we get some kind of Southwest circle, because then we'll definitely end up seeing at least something from Alpha 7 and something from Navi. I just want to see mayhem, all right? And now, talking about something completely different with some of the teams that haven't really been performing that well, you just mentioned there, Glitter, you mentioned Rise. Rise hasn't really performed that well. Hopefully they can use the advantage and the mayhem and the aggressiveness, right, out of Sanhok to take advantage and maybe secure some extra points for them. And now I'm going to have to go to the other one, Blue Chapter. I mean, you guys have literally averaged 1 point per game so far today. This is not going to get you anywhere near Mad Bulls. This is not going to get you anywhere Besiktas, which is currently having an amazing day. This might be the time where you need to take advantage of the mayhem that happens here in Sanhok to collect some extra points.
Oh man, kind of talking about, continuing off of Besiktas as well, actually, I kind of want to point out Glitter. Like, I mean, at the beginning, they're obviously struggling, and then over this league play, they definitely kind of figured it out. The one thing that I feel like I noticed today is that they're just staying alive into the late game at this point. I feel like that might be the gameplay that they're kind of going for.
I mean, it's the first day of the Super Weekend, right? And it's their first Super Weekend here. So, and 7 had even said there's a possibility for both of those teams to kind of play that way, that conservative, placement point focused play style, just until they really nailed down how they wanted to handle it. They got a better feel for what the rest of the teams around them were going to do, whether that was on drops or on rotations. And once they figured that out, I mean, they have gotten some decent eliminations along with those placements. Even on games where they've gone out a little bit earlier, they still make sure they get a couple on the board. So I think that right now this slower playstyle is actually working out really, really well for them, and will give them tons of opportunities later on in the next 2 days to pick up the aggression.
Then I guess 7, what's kind of the difference right now? If that's what we expected of both Besiktas and of course Baluk Chaptan, what's happening right now with Baluk?
Organization. That's pretty much what it comes down to. A team being able to work together. I mentioned it after the first game, but Luke Chaptan, I didn't know what they were doing. Like, I saw teammates literally doing this. And I mean, I'm used to seeing that, but not in that manner that I saw it in that highlight clip. And then in the last one, I mean, we just haven't really seen anything out of Baluk Chaptan. If they do try to challenge something, they really haven't won any engagements to kind of give me to give us something to talk of. Now with Besiktas, you guys just mentioned it perfectly, and this is something that I was kind of hinting at too. They're looking to just go for those placement points, and if you go for those placement points and you're at least able to put yourself in a good situation, even if you don't end up with the final circles, you're at least going to be able to get elims, because that's a huge opportunity to get those third parties. Now, I want to focus here on Sanhok, and I'm going to focus on 3 extra teams, and something that I get excited about here when we go to Sanhok, and it's going to be some hot drops. I'm going to be looking at SCG, I'm going to be looking at Ghost Gaming, and then I'm going to be looking to the third party person, Black Dragons. This is usually where they've been able to collect some points of S2G, Glitter. Black Dragons, are they going to continue with that trend? And also with the S2G, right? What we've been seeing is once those 2 teams get into engagements, if S2G does win, it seems like they've been taking a little bit too long to rotate out of Paradise Resort, and that's when Black Dragons comes and kind of just third parties that and get some free points. That's what I'm excited for, Glitter. What are you excited for this Sanhok?
I mean, that's why I said we got to keep our eyes on Brazil, because even if Black Dragons is having a slower day, this is a map where we've seen them do that third party successfully time and time again. So, I mean, if there were ever a time to pick up that performance for both Rise and Black Dragons, it would be this map, A7 continuing their momentum. I think, though, the storyline that has been unlocked fully at this point, because now both teams are performing between Navi and A7, is where I'm kind of focused at this point. That's what I'm excited for.
Yep.
Oh man, at this point I just want to get started. How far away are we? Okay. We do have a little bit more time though, of course, to kind of expound off of everything that we've been talking about with Sanhok. And we ended up being able to see a lot of crazy Sanhok matches this last week. I mean, the majority of the matches were, well, half the matches were Sanhok, the other half were Erangel. I think we did end up seeing, of course, of A7, Navi, already talked about that line, but another thing that I kind of wanted to mention is that otherwise, there were a couple of other teams that kind of got to go up towards the top, but otherwise it was kind of random based off of where the zone ended up going. So what, Seven, like, I guess what kind of rotations, what kind of stuff are we expecting from these teams? Because as of right now, there's no other true consistency, I feel like, other than those couple of teams that are just absolutely just destroying everybody getting towards the top.
I mean, if you want consistency, especially when we go into Sanhok, talk about consistency when it comes to Alpha 7 on their gaming style, on how they're going to be able to play out that match. We talked about this first of all, during Weekly League play. If the circle goes north, Alpha 7 is not going to be as aggressive as they usually are. If the circle does go south towards the Sanhok, that's pretty much their hometown. That's pretty much where they're kind of used to being. They try to make it all the way to that island, a little bit south, all the way to the mountain, a little bit south of boot camp, and they just take full control of that. We've seen over and over again them being able to collect elims there, whether it was Navi at one point in one of the Sanhok matches during Weekly League play, or whether it was some of the other teams that were just kind of pushing up and not being aware that Alpha 7 was there. When we talk about consistency too, let's talk about consistency of teams not doing so well either. Another team that we really haven't mentioned is Furious Gaming. I mean, this team is currently on their second super weekend, and so far today, they haven't even passed Mad Bulls, and Mad Bulls is not even here. Like with Furious Gaming, I want to be able to see more out of this Chilean squad, because right now they're not showing me anything, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, on that same token, I guess then we also maybe want to see a little. God, see, this is where things start to get tough, because we could probably call out Nexteria a little bit for their performances. Yep. They're starting to pick it up, but like to see more out of them. And I'm still hoping. I know that you had mentioned them at the beginning of when we were kind of talking about all this stuff too, Seven, but I'm still looking for more, even more out of Fenerbahce.
Yes. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And I mean, I kind of mentioned that even in before that last game, what you were hinting at is the good thing now is, even though they didn't get a lot of elims in that match, right? Now we're starting to see that trend of them going for what we're used to, which is the placement points, which is not just going for the full chicken dinner, which they haven't been able to get, but anything that can start off your momentum. And I'm huge on momentum. You gotta hear me say that over and over again, because I believe in it. That can just help you out. It gives you a little bit more confidence. It lets you know, hey man, those matches where we absolutely sucked, it happens. It's part of the game.
Exactly.
You're not gonna do amazing every single match. So let's just forget about that. Let's continue to improve on this good groove that we're kind of getting on. Let's continue to ride this wave of high that we're on right now.
Oh man, that makes me kind of curious though. Speaking of momentum, there's a couple of teams here that unfortunately just aren't carrying the momentum over from, of course, the weekend play. Some of them being, I guess it's time to unfortunately call them out. Some of them being Knights, Pepper, Supermassive Blaze. I mean, S2G is kind of on the lower side for today's points as well. There's a couple of teams that, of course, have been doing really well and have been building that momentum over this entire time. And so far today, I mean, it's only been 3 matches, I guess you can go ahead and argue. But it does seem like a couple of other teams that are kind of feeling themselves more. We already talked about it. Ton Esports Besiktas is really kind of showing up.
Yeah, with Knights, I'm glad you mentioned them there. Like, Knights are not being the flashy Knights that we're used to. Knights are kind of just putting on this face, right? Where it might not seem like they're being consistent, but technically they actually are, because they're staying towards the middle of the pack. Like, they're being super consistent in regards to just staying at the middle of the pack. They might not be getting those amazing elims that we're kind of used to and we expect out of them, right? But this works. This works exactly for what Super Weekend is supposed to be, which is going to be the 16 teams that are going to be qualifying to the finals of West. And if you're going to be consistent in regards to being into the middle, I'm okay with that. I am absolutely fine with that.
As that goes in with the differences between the weekday games and the Super Weekend days. I'm glad you went on ahead and pointed it out, Seven, but let's go ahead and get into this because it is our Sanhok match. Take it away, Jukes and Dave.
Let's go, baby. Sanhok. Oh, I'm pumped up, Dave. This is the map, dude. This is the map. Last time we saw it, we actually casted this map. We saw some magic happen, Dave. And I expect to see some of that same magic once again. Let's get it.
Looking for magic. Well, this is the place. You tuned in to the right stream. Super Weekend 2. Oh. Who's this? Baluk. Oh,
off the start.
Not like this, Baluk.
Getting caught out. You know, we start seeing these teams drop so close together, and we've seen squads multiple times in the past just always fight for this particular location. I don't know what is about it. That why teams love to just battle it out here, but Baluk are down 1. Got to keep an eye on the Black Dragons. Fernand full laid down. He does have the AK and full level 2.
Not a top 10 bush though. I can go on record and say that. That is not a top 10 bush, and you could easily tell because their helmet is sticking out of that bush. So I think it's only a matter of time before one of the squad mates from the Black Dragons spot something a little peculiar here.
Does have that log pile though.
Okay.
That might work out. You just see Fernand trying to stay very quiet. Doesn't want to give away his position. Hoping to catch one of these dragons. Slipping, but all the way from the other side. Oh, wow. Iron sights. Fernand getting it beautifully done from across the map. But, I mean, Black Dragons just coming and cleaning them up quick. So, Baluk, I mean, 3 points only so far. We're in match number 4 here, Dave. Except Deep Gesso. Gotta be pretty happy right now.
Yeah, they need at least 1 point to say they consistently got 1 point per game. Hopefully they could do that at least. They need all the points, Hot Jukes, right? And whatever has been happening has been working out. Scream with the lead peek. Boy, trying to catch Asta off guard, and immediately the return fire from Asta's squad mate.
Choco.
M16 tap out here. A lot of early game action. And that's Sanhok, right? That is Sanhok. It's to be expected.
And there goes Asta getting the finish, man. I mean, such a close one there. Barely survives. Aton bouncing back very, very well. 95 points so far on this Super Weekend gameplay. S2G, the squad up on top. Oh, and it's the last. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was the last Baluk chapter I remember, but it's Black Dragon. So I guess S2G must have heard that fight early on, and they ran across the map here to try and get that third party. Golden's going to be full laid down here. But S2G, they're playing it very, very carefully. They are setting it in with the buggy, and it looks like that's just a little bit of a bait buggy, just trying to catch a snake out in the grass. But Golden hasn't given away his position yet. Silas got up! Oh! Almost gets the run over and gets actually finished. Silas, you're insane.
Yeah, this is S2G. They heard the shots a couple moments ago from the Black Dragons in the Buluk fight, and I think S2G kind of surprised themselves that they weren't contested for Paradise. Hot Jukes. We got to kind of talk about it a little bit because Ghost Gaming, they pulled off and they dropped elsewhere near that Runes, a little 2-2 split, Runes Painan. I'm a little surprised when I think Ghost Gaming and you know, chatting with the players in the past, they're not a team to pull off of a drop spot that easily. So for them to change it up right here, right now, I know that's something that we've kind of been talking about for a couple days now, but I'm surprised, not gonna lie. I'm surprised that they finally did it.
I guess why not at this point, you know? At this point, we're pretty much in the midpoint phase. S2G, they have like a ton of points here. So at this point, they could do whatever they want. You know, when it comes to, you know, some of these other squads like Black Dragons, you know, they gotta keep close. They gotta keep it close. I do like to see this aggression though from S2G. Just playing it like this at the start with how many points they have, they could just kind of bully the lobby. And if I were them, honestly, mixing up the strategy probably isn't a bad idea because, you know, come finals time, that's where the big money is, right? Might as well mix up your strats a little bit to kind of throw people off because come finals time, you're going to have every single squad studying your gameplay like you wouldn't believe. So, you know, trying to, you know, switch up the strats.
Offset the risk. Offset the risk. And this is something that we always chat about here is that you need to have at least 2 drop spots, right? You can't always be so predictable. And I really do appreciate how Ghost pulled off of that one. So we'll see what S2G will do out here. Blue Zone going to start to close in here very shortly. It looks like they're going to be pulling back just a little bit to set up a gatekeep, I guess, against the Black Dragons, who will eventually need to make their way in. And besides that, I'm still focusing on this Ghost 2-2 split because they got 2 players near Runes and then 2 in Painan who are going to be right between A7, Rise, and the Knight. So I'm really curious to see, like, do they just hunker down, HH and Bale, or do they try to regroup with their teammates? And if they do, like, what's the plan to make it on out of that very sticky situation alive here?
This is a horrible split, yeah, between Ghosts with this 2-2. So it looks like they're going to just try and hunker down and control this. I mean, this is what happens also when you do have a second strategy. Like you mentioned, you know, Ghost have been sticking to Paradise since as long as we've seen them play. Watch this little highlight here from this last game. Reyes looks like he does. Oh, gets blown up by the vehicle. Just leaned a little bit too close to that one. But yeah, Ghost, they've been playing Paradise and bullying everybody. I mean, they've owned Paradise. But now I think after, you know, you fight S2G so much, and to be honest, they've gotten the bad end of it multiple times. So, you know, smart for them to start mixing it up. But the problem is that they don't have a lot of practice mixing it up at all. So they're going to have to be able to adapt here. Very
now's
quickly.
the time to get that practice, right? Now's the time to get that practice. So I definitely tip my hat off to them. But talking about practice, yeah, we're talking about practice. Kid. Practice these grenades out here. They need to win this one.
Beautiful.
They need to survive because if they don't, they're gonna get the goose egg out here. Looks like they're squaring up, thinking about using this UMP to take the fight. The Blue Zone gonna be right on top of them. Gonna be looking to toss a follow-up grenade and chase him down. Okay.
He wants the point. He wants the 1 point. That way to make it even 1 point per game for Buluk.
Oh no.
Oh, the drive away. Oh man, he actually got tapped. Dude, these guys, I kid you not, at this level, you're trying to drive a vehicle away, they'll pop you out of it every time. That was way too close.
He's gone.
He said, see ya, though.
This is the fastest U-turn I've ever seen in my life out here. And for good reason. Needs to survive. No option. First Super Weekend, 3 points so far. Yeah, it's only day 1 out of 3, but they need to make sure to start building up that point. Especially take advantage of the fact that teams like Eastern Stars, teams like Mad Bulls are not playing this weekend. Like, that's the target. The target, overtake Mad Bulls, at least, in this Super Weekend number 2.
It's going to be a must. That is going to be a must. And if they do not, I guarantee you, come league play, all eyes are going to be on Buluk to take them out. And, you know, and that's not a position that you want to put yourself in come league play, where you only have 2 days really to, you know, set the pace and get into that super weekend. But we're still here in the first day of this super weekend.
Sure.
And, you know, Alpha 7, we have seen them dominate Sanhok so much. Glitter was just talking about that domination a little earlier. And yeah, look at this. I mean,
there it is.
almost like I just knew it was coming. Look at that. Carrillo. Look at those stats, dude. I mean, this squad, especially after that Erangel match, whew, I mean, they're hitting on all cylinders today.
New hair, who this?
New hair, who this?
Looking good. And talk about looking good. Besiktas. Winner chicken dinner game 1. Looking good. Their first super weekend.
Carrillo.
Let's see what they can do here, though. They do have 2 members of Na'Vi kind of pinned down here on the building, stuck between the vehicle. Looks like one of their squad mates trying to get that wraparound towards the north. Really like this play from Besiktas. They're not looking to turtle up. They're not looking to just hide in a compound. No. They're looking to be aggressive. They're looking to get some kill points.
Well, speaking of hiding the compound, Na'Vi have no choice but to do so. And honestly, that's the worst. These are some of the worst compounds to hold. There's only so many windows. Every single player knows where you could possibly hide. And yeah, it looks like it's only a matter of time. Here comes the utility on in, the pressure. And with that nade, that should do it. Oh, yeah, he's forced to jump out the window. And there goes Na'Vi. Yeah, those buildings, almost impossible to hold at this high level.
Oh, let's see what Zesty can do, though. Gonna be pushing uphill against Matic with the barrel. 21 bullets, now down to 12. Looking to connect these shots. Matic using his boulder with that lead peak, but the support of the teammates. With the quick wrap around. 1 more to go.
Oh, wow.
Na'Vi taken down by the hands of Besiktas.
Wow, Besiktas are at the bottom of the leaderboards here when it comes to Super Weekend. But, I mean, man, they started off stronger than every other team here at this Super Weekend, and they're putting up some points. They're racking them up quick. I think they definitely realized the position that they were put in by missing that, you know, that first Super Weekend. But coming here in the second one, I mean, they are making some noise. I love to see it.
Yeah, you love to see teams that they don't let, say, missing a super weekend phase them, right? You could tell, like Besiktas, not phased by it at all, not phased by their point disadvantage coming into today, and they played with confidence. They got a chicken dinner, and right here, talk about another confident play, taking out Na'Vi. You have to assume they're in comms and they're just pumped up because Na'Vi is a remarkable team within this lobby. So let's see what they can do. Sun HP, F24, no! Spray down, trying to connect onto the bucket. Almost getting it. Very close.
Besiktas, man, you're totally right. They're not phased even in the slightest. Because you know what? I actually sent a text on over to Besiktas, and they replied, "New Super Weekend, who dis?" And it looks like it is going to be the Black Dragon. So they are going to catch one of their members as you try to catch one of them on the drive away. And now you're going to see GC full lay down, trying to buy some time, but only a couple seconds is all that you're able to get with that kind of change. Besiktas, man, they got
I love it. 5 points already, right? 5 points on Sanhok, early game, first 12 minutes. Huge, because 5 points is equivalent to like a little more than a 6th place finish. And we know Sanhok, these placement points are not guaranteed, not at all. Unless you really know how to hit them heals, then maybe you can guarantee a top 3. But if you don't know how to hit them heals, getting early game kill points, crucial on Sanhok. And to already have a couple in their pocket, Besiktas already in a much better position this game compared to other teams in the lobby.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, getting so many kills early on, you're able to steal away those first aids from those boxes and rack some up for that healing strategy. So even though they're in the blue zone, it's not necessarily a full bad thing. You know, they put up some good points and a decent performance so far. You know, teams that we're also looking at, looks like Ghost are going to be dead center. Supermassive Blaze in a good position. The Knights very, very close to Ghost here. Looks like they may opt to play neighbors for a second, but psych, look at the kill feed. Ghost putting on some work onto the Knights. They do end up catching 2 of their members. And they're still fully sending it on in. Buying some time for now as we watch some of the other players and teams rotate. Revo in the kill feed. Revo getting it done. Mafioso goes down. And it looks like we're going to see a little bit of battle between Alpha 7 and Rise.
Yeah, this is going to be
Out
up
of
here
circle.
in the north. Yeah, right outside the circle. Mafioso in the smokes. Revo trying to close that gap, and we're going to be pulling it right back. Xenox with the UMP. Ghost Gaming trying to make the collapse, trying to take out the last two alive for the Knights, but it's up to Tenser right now, Hot Jukes.
Xenox, one of the best close quarter combat players in the game. This is what he does best, and he's going to challenge this. He's going to go and try to apply some little bit more pressure. Oh, that's a beautiful Molotov right on the money, and see you later, Ghost. Xenox getting it done, and they have their entire team up after that one. Are you kidding me?
Hey, do it for
No fear.
the birthday boy right there. Coop's going to be the last one to get picked up, and they have a really solid spot now and a good foothold in this circle. Strong compound on the road, ton of sight lines. So that Molly spreads so OP, but over here, talk about being OP. Football list just got a chicken dinner last game. Already 2 points underneath their pocket.
Feeling themselves. They're at the edge of the zone completely, so they're really hoping that circle just kind of leans over towards them to give a little bit of a break. S2G, most dominant team in the Super Weekend lobbies. Silas has been putting in some great shots so far. Now we're going to see him just apply more pressure. I mean, trying to hold these buildings down does end up working right there, and Silas being so pushed up solo, not going to have any support anywhere nearby, so he is going to go down.
Yeah, it looks like S2G had a little 2-2 split, so they had two of their squad mates on the opposite end of the channel right there. So you really can't provide any support when looking to. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
I totally forgot my point right there. Doesn't even matter. Soul K on
Friday.
top of the roof. Yep, Soul K Friday, everybody. Huge little play right there. Next zone goes up. Talk about huge plays. So yeah, back to the S2G point. So they were trying to offset the risk with the next circle shift, and they were looking to take those compounds where Frozen and Kudor are currently holding down, but I feel like kind of spreading a little too thin right there. Now they're gonna have to defend as a duo against Rise, currently pushing downhill.
And it looks like they aren't going to be able to defend for long. Rise does get the better of them, so S2G is out of this game. The Knights, taking away that position from Ghost, they are sitting very pretty. Football has got to be very happy with this circle change. It is pretty close to them, so they should be able to move in there relatively free. They have to watch their backs, though, because Unicorns of Love is coming. They're wrapping around that circle to go to that hardship side, and Football has got to keep an eye out. They got to clear their backs first before they move in.
What's Gary doing? That's what I want to know. See Gary working
OP.
their way up the hill. I believe in the blue zone. A7 though. Look at the split right now that they're holding down. A little 2-2. Pineham. They got a duo to the north and a duo towards the south. This town got some Grozas as well, so looking pretty solid. Now Besiktas across the way. I think if you're A7, you kind of need to be a little cautious to not overextend here and expose yourselves to Besiktas, who are definitely going to be looking over here in this direction.
Yeah, and it looks like Alpha 7 was looking to hedge their bets a little bit by doing the split to kind of make sure that they are able to cross the bridge. So now for sure, Senatex and Carrillo are going to realize, okay, that side is clear, so we can always wrap around and cross if need be. But they're still in zone, so they don't have to move just yet. Unicorns of Love, they got to get going, and you can see them in their buggies, full sending it on over. Are they going to run right into Football is? And it looks like they do end up getting some spots. You're going to see GK first on the Soul K, gets the knock. Beautifully done.
Looks like both teams going to be pulling back, though, trying to get the revives or resets. But when I look at Footballists, I look at Lavison always playing that anchor position. And the reason I brought that up is because if you get called out in that position, you have to assume your teammates are not going to be in a spot to get the pickup and get the revive on you. And that's exactly what's happening out here as Brokis changed their mind at the last moment to confirm that one. So let's see, Rolkis going to be pushing uphill. Footballists ready to defend.
I was about to say, with that many knocks, I wasn't even surprised if Unicorns of Love just full sent it. It looks like Rolkis decided to do so. but the rest of his team wasn't there with him yet. Gets shot from his back. Rom is able to get the confirm onto him, so now Unicorns of Love are just going to have to sit and hold for now. Well, they can't sit for long. 18 seconds left on the clock. The zone is so far away from them. They're going to have to hop into that running, and they're going to have to full send it. Full send Ronnie time.
Full send Ronnie time, and we'll keep everybody updated with that because talk about full sends. Carrillo, how does he always have an M249? Always rocking the M249. A7 looking to collapse possibly on Besiktas. Even though both teams can kind of share these compounds if they wanted to, but we already know A7, they're not going to settle. They're not going to settle for that. They want to take this position for themselves.
And you're going to see Rise have to cross the water. We're just seeing non-stop action here. The moped on fire right by the door and running through the blaze is Sulking to get the finish and secure this very crucial spot. Rise go down, unable to make it across that water right there, that channel. Alpha 7 just setting up in all kinds of positions. Look at this, Carrillo pieced up a little bit. Gonna buy some more time. They're gonna have to push in. Blue zone's coming. And this is gonna hurt.
Zessi right here. Barrel. Just gathering the intel, probably relaying it back to his teammates when the push is gonna happen. Revo, the Spider-Man jump across the way right there. Revo still alive. Able to hit the deck and get the heal.
It's a bird, it's a plate, it's Revo up on top. Senatexa on the other side as well. Carrillo here. Now here they go. Alpha 7 getting the reset coming from the top ropes. Use it as a distraction, and Senatexa not able to get that confirm onto Zessi, but you don't gotta worry about it. All the way from across. The third party so huge, and it looks like Senatexa is gonna run in and get a big reset here. Oh, and Joy is right next to him. Is he gonna stop it? He sees him in TPP. He gotta stand up and shoot! Oh, and Joy! Saw it coming and was able to pull the trigger for first. So Besiktas, the squad that missed the first Super Weekend, will get the chicken dinner for game number 1 and get the better of Alpha 7 right here.
And remember, they got the better of Navi, so they took out 2 really strong teams this game. Yeah, they kind of had assistance from SMP, especially big boy Tron on the high ground, who now are going to be in their own little fight over here. But that buys them some time to get the reset, the revive. Tron, though. Tron.
Heal strat.
Looking to take out Sun HP.
No, yeah, Sun HP is going to be chilling right where he's at. So it looks like Besiktas super smart, understanding they try to make it across. It's going to be so risky. They passed all their heals on over to Sun. He's going to heal on up and try to get some extra placement points. Frozen, the Sanhok legend. We saw him do a 1v4 before. He doesn't have a rock. He's got some grass, though. Can he make something happen? Throws the name. Doesn't get away his position yet. Gets one.
Okay.
Gonna go for the confirm. Gets the point.
Another grenade.
Supermassive blaze. He's in the edge of that smoke.
Mowing down the grass.
Oh, it's frozen. It's frozen. It's frozen. Oh, so close! So close with supermassive blaze. Hey,
big game.
Look at their name. Look at their name. They're too hot. Frozen.
Too hot.
Getting melted.
Need the mittens on here, man. They're too hot to handle. And shout out to Sun HP for Besiktas. You called it, recognizing the situation. Let's just go for those heals. They were pinned down behind that wall. Oh, clutch heal right there, by the way, from Sun HP. And they have a lot of crates to work with and loot as well because they took out a squad just a couple moments ago. We're going to be looking in here, though. SMB closing the gap. Very challenging gap to close because right now you got the Knights. You got birthday boy Coops just spraying across the way.
And if they're able to get this kill, then that means Sun HP is gonna get second place if he's able to heal for a little bit longer. And he's still alive here. Still alive. Oh, and that's it. He did. He got it. I'm telling you, heal strat, too OP. The Knights are gonna get the chicken dinner here, but Besiktas, the team that got first place in the first game, are gonna pull up a huge second place finish here and some solid kills. I mean, what more can you want?
What more can you want? Probably a 1+ at this point, but Sun HP, Besiktas, huge day here so far, Jukes, for this squad. You called it. They missed Super Weekend number 1. They aren't phased at all. They've been getting nothing but points here today. But we gotta say, the birthday boy.
Birthday boy, Coops.
17, getting a winner chicken dinner today here with him and his teammates. Huge win for him.
They got to be hyped. And you can see him look slowly walking towards the blue zone, just trying to be able to make something happen. Sun HP doesn't realize he's already confirmed at least second place. So a great finish from Besiktas regardless. Yeah, I'm surprised he ran that way. If I were him, I would have tried to run to those boxes outside the window and try to get those heals, but you don't need it. He's gonna emote on us, baby! He said, set, get, place, set, get, place, set, get, place, baby! Let's go!
You love it, man.
Love to see it.
So the reason, hey, first of all, happy birthday once again. Congrats on the winner chicken dinner. But the reason I'm really hyped about Besiktas is because they got the second place from healing, but they also got into a fight and won the fight with Na'Vi and A7. Like, those are some really heavy hitters in the lobby here, Hot Chooks.
Dude, ridiculously heavy. I mean, Na'Vi, we've seen what they've been able to do, not just, you know, in this tournament, but in tournaments past. Alpha 7 came off an insane Erangel match. So I think you hit the nail on the head, bro, when you said that this is a squad, no hesitation. You know, they're not worried about the first Super Weekend. They didn't let it get to them. You know, they came into this one just like the way they would normally, and they are fragging out here at the start. And that is what, in my eyes, is that of a championship team. You got to be able to shake it off and pop off, and that's exactly what they did. A great sign for Besiktas.
Well, talk about shaking it off. Hopefully, Baluk could shake it off here heading into the final map of day number 1. Yes, there's still 2 more days after this, but when we look at teams who did not play a Super Weekend, Baluk, one of them, they really need to just forget about the first couple games here today. Don't worry about it. We'll review later and just come into the final one looking to make some plays here, looking to get some points.
Getting it done. And look at this with Besiktas early on. Sun HP catching one of the members from the Black Dragons, and this squad just put in so much work. Reva, the MVP of the last game, you know, always making some beautiful plays. And yeah, this was that, you know, Fenerbahce tried to cross the water, and when you get in that position, so tough, and football has just shut them down so quickly.
Surprise. So, okay, so Kid got 1 point. So.
Oh! Got on the bike and got deleted.
The Vespa, right? The moped.
The moped, dude. Not the way. Not the way.
And what these highlights are kind of telling me is mid to late game, just avoid vehicles. Why? You know, why? Especially on Sanhok, everybody popping in their vehicles, they just get shredded here.
Instantly. These players are just too good. They're popping out of vehicles every time. Xenox with the beautiful CQC nade, and then Sun HP just dancing it on out. Say, hey, that's how we do it, baby. Beautiful plays from both of those squads. I love to see these solo players. You know, these solo players at the end just making big plays. That's where it's at. That's where it's at.
Well, you know what else where it's at? The desk. Let's send it to him.
Nothing better than a winner chicken dinner for your birthday. I mean, 7, that was a great game coming through from the Knights. I mean, they had that compound for the longest time, and they were able to kind of move out when they needed to.
They definitely did. I mean, we're talking about the Knights literally before that game, and we're saying how they haven't really been the flashiest. Well, guess what? They wanted to shut us up in a way because they decided to get 13 ilims. They got the chicken dinner, 28 points to their name. Not bad at all. Besiktas, though, 21 points. I mean, this team, I'll be surprised. They're going to be so close to Mad Bulls at the end of this match. They're putting themselves in such a great place here that I'm super happy to see. Supermassive Blaze as well. This is a team that we've been talking about. We really haven't seen any of them. And guess what, Glitter? They decided to show up along the lines of next Ria.
Yeah, I mean, with some of the teams we called out needing to do some work, they did it. Others faltered a little bit. But we're actually taking a look at the MVP here. We've got Zessi from Besiktas here with almost 700 damage, 4 elims, but almost 40% of his team's contribution happening here. I mean, yes, we saw the hilarious heal strengths at the end, but in general, they are just having a day for themselves, 7. I mean, when they get the placement points they need, they get the elims that they need. I don't, like, what? Where was this in week 1? Look at them!
like Hot Jukes and Dave were saying, it didn't even let them face them that they didn't make it here on week 1. They were like, you know what, we're going here to Super Weekend number 2, and we're gonna take full advantage to it, to the point that they're currently in first place in regards to just points for today alone, and for this Super Weekend, 56 points for them. I mean, that's putting them, I think, within what, 42 points of Mad Bulls, which is definitely doable. And then we go to the other flip side, right? We have those teams that haven't really performed that well. But look, Chaptan, I'm looking at you. At least on the last one, you were able to kind of break out of your average, which was 1 point per game. You're at least able to get at least 2 points per game. So that's a little bit of improvement, but that's just not enough for me.
Not enough. Need to slowly work it on up. I mean, at this point, we're 4 matches down and they have 5 points. So hopefully they'll be able to figure out something soon. But it looks like Besiktas, they figured it out. It does seem. So it does, in fact, seem like maybe people are using their votes, that positive energy, for good. Maybe Besiktas are feeling it. Because reminder, you guys can go on ahead and vote for your favorite teams. If you go on ahead and launch PUBG Mobile, you can vote for your favorite PMGC team and player and go on ahead and get some rewards. Getting voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live in the esports center and share the voting page, and find out more information in the in-game esports center. Of course, that is to get millions reward, including various pink level permanent items and a PMGC treasure box. It's a PMGC exclusive. You can get that sweet permanent PMGC items as long as you watch PMGC live on YouTube or in the in-game esports center. Get that redeemable code and go on ahead and redeem it for yourselves. And again, there's a very exciting PMGC community tournament with Game TV going on, and it's open to everyone. Go on ahead and register to play and get a PMGC token and a Google Play card potentially. Just go on ahead and make sure you do that. But man, we'll talk about this a little bit more in a bit, because that match, there's a lot to talk about. But first, we're going to throw it into a break before we do that and before our last match of today.
This flame path going from Primals all the way up to just between. Hang on a minute. I don't think carpooling is a thing in PMGC. Oh! To the side, get to the tree. That's your cover.
Get over here!
And get your teammate involved.
I don't know. I feel like this is a painful situation if you're Satar. Let's see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. This guy's got the moves. He's got the moves, got the PMGC outfit. He looks clean. He's right up at the top of the car. I'm gonna need backup. Who's gonna go in now?
Magic Man himself, Satar. But in comes another player. Ooh. To try and what for, and this time, oh, he's got a gun. Okay, yeah, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, dodging cars is one thing.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back to PMGC West Super Weekend 2 week day 1. We're about to be going to our very last match. I think I said that wrong, but it doesn't matter. It's because I'm so focused. I'm so focused on this last match about to start. I mean, 7, we just had an amazing Sanhok game. We're about to go into Erangel, but to kind of focus on that Sanhok match, first of all, we already kind of talked about Knights, so you can go ahead and expand on that if you want, but another team that I kind of want to shift it towards as well is actually Ghost.
Oh, that's an interesting one, because yes, I'm so glad you mentioned Ghost. As the casters were saying, they kind of backed off Paradise Resort Glitter. I was not expecting it. I was pushing for it. Glitter Damas, though, got it right.
Listen, there were only so many options at our disposal, right? But I think we're seeing that they're trying to go for that old school, more conservative early game Ghost, where they just try to loot up, get whatever they can, and then hopefully find a spot in the center of zone, that dead pocket of the center of zone, and see if they can hold it. But you know, they have to actually get to that part to then be able to hold it and get those elims. You know, I mean, I was kind of hoping they wouldn't. I was kind of hoping that they would just continue going for that engagement. Maybe that's just because I like the chaos here, 7. But in the end, it is an NA team that comes out on top.
Yeah, in the A, kind of worked out for the ANA squads. Knights with the birthday boy, you know, they got to get those points. 28 points for that last Sanhok is good. Now, we're talking about all these teams at the top after that Sanhok. Let's talk another team that was towards the bottom now that it's been back-to-back. I believe 0 placement points or 0 points overall. And yes, if you guess Na'Vi, yes, I am talking about Na'Vi. Now, what I want to see out of Na'Vi, something completely different in this coming Erangel. Like, I was hoping that we're going to be able to break out of whatever bad momentum that we're going into Sanhok. Besiktas had a completely different idea. By the way, I love that Besiktas didn't back down from that kind of fight. Made me really happy to see them getting to it and being able to eliminate Na'Vi. But with Na'Vi in this next one, I want to see some points, even if it's placement points, even if it's elim points, if you want to be super aggressive as you were at the beginning of the day that we were able to see you just going after everybody. I just want to see something along those lines here, Glitter.
You know what? I agree with that. Let's close out the day strong, especially after the performances that we've seen. To be fair, though, the type of consistency that we've at least seen out of them is so different. You were asking the entire first week, you know, where is Na'Vi? Like, we had such high expectations for them coming into this season, and then I feel like this entire week they've been the team that we've been hoping for. If they close out the day strong, that would be fabulous. But we've had so many other teams really starting to step up to the plate. I mean, we just had Knights, obviously, with a very strong chicken dinners. We could see the most elims is literally a dead tie across Coops, Alucard, and Xenox, which is not surprising, honestly, Seven, because I feel like, especially as of late, we've seen everyone on the Knights really starting to step it up individually.
Yeah, when it comes to Knights, you mentioned it perfectly. There's no surprise to see Alucard there. Some people might be surprised to see them there. That man performs so well. He steps up when he needs to step up. And then most throws use. Oh, okay, Frozen. I see you. CNX too being out there. He wanted to be twice, and then Rice. We didn't really see too much out of Rice in that last game, which was actually interesting. But going back to what you were saying there with Na'Vi and what we're talking about with Na'Vi, they have actually had an amazing day, right? I think they currently are within the top 5 in regards to just points alone for today. They have had an amazing day. I just don't want them to finish it in this bad scratch that they currently have. I don't want them to finish off with 2 double zeros and maybe just a 1. I want them to finish it with 2 double zeros, maybe a chicken dinner, and add some elims to it too.
Well, I have to say, it's kind of, I gotta say that the teams that have won today is kind of a nice, it's nice to see, because, you know, we got Besiktas, you know, because of Love, Ballast, Knights, kind of a little bit of a different scene than what we've kind of been seeing. Like, we haven't seen either Alpha 7 or actually Na'Vi going on ahead and throwing themselves up on top of the board, so maybe they'll be able to bring it back for this last Erangel match. We'll have to wait and see, though, because they're already at the top of the leaderboard, but there is an opportunity to continue to climb, and that sounds familiar. I think we're about to talk about OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, because with flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climbing that leaderboard. So yeah, Seven, you're kind of talking about hopefully they go on ahead and end off with a good note, because these last 2 matches, not too great. You already said it, kind of being taken out first with 0 points. I mean, a big part of this match that I don't think we've talked about really yet today is mentality.
Oh, for sure. We talked about it before, right? You don't want to get into that mentality of just, oh man, we had a bad match. Oh, now we had another bad match, 0 points. Our day is going bad. No, you had an amazing day at the start. Just kind of brush it off, you know? You are Na'Vi. You are the champions out of EU. I feel like this team is definitely going to be able to do it. What I would love to see, though, and I'm going to put this energy out there into the world because I definitely want to see it. Glitter, I want to see another fight between Na'Vi and Alpha 7. I've been enjoying them today.
You know what? I'm on board with that. I think you and I are just really on that Na'Vi Alpha 7 train today, which is fine because they've just both been so stellar. I do agree that it would be nice for Na'Vi to have a little bit of a bounce back here after some slower performances, you know, to be generous with the phrasing there, but it's when you kind of compare that to how they started off the day. And the other thing to take into consideration is that there are just so many other teams stepping up throughout the day that you can't always be in that, you know, top spot. I don't even know that S2G will even be able to ever, you know, repeat their performance from that first Super Weekend. It's just that's so atypical. But let's have some more Na'Vi A7 chaos just to close out today, and then we could shake things up for the next 2 days of the Super Weekend.
I like that you brought up S2G actually, because they are in fact, they're not up towards that top. Just for today, they're actually in that 11th place spot. I think we kind of already touched on this. They've only grabbed 18 points for themselves today over 4 games, which is not as expected of them. Kind of wondering, Seven, has we noticed anything kind of that they're playing differently and that's happening? Or is it just these other teams stepping up?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is kind of what I expected out of SG. I was not expecting SG to come out again today on this second Super Weekend and do the exact same thing, kind of what Hinton, what Glitter was just saying. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting a Super Weekend 1 performance. I have tried them. I have seen them try different stuff. I have seen them try to get into those middle of the match fights, which usually either it's the beginning or it's towards the end. This team is trying different stuff, and I'm completely fine with this. So for all the S2G fans out there, don't worry about it. This is what happens when you have an anomaly. This is what happens when you have such a great first Super Weekend that you have so much cushion, Glitter, to pretty much be able to do anything that you want here on this day.
Yeah, which is why we even brought it up at the beginning of the show, right? We kind of gave all you guys the heads up that there was the possibility for this to happen because of the massive lead that S2G has. They don't have all of the same type of pressure that some of these other squads have, because that massive lead it still exists even with the type of performances that S2G has been having. Has it been chipped away at a little bit? Sure, but the ability to try those things when this environment, the Super Weekend environment, is going to be the closest thing that these squads have to be comparing to what's going to happen in finals. This is a golden opportunity for squads with that cushion to try those things out now without having any massive repercussions for it, and then potentially bring it into some finals play.
I'm glad you said that. They don't have any repercussions because if I'm not mistaken, there's no prize pool for this leaderboard, right? It just comes down to being top 16 and then you go to the actual final. So do what you please, S2G.
Not to mention, they've also been doing really strong on the weekday performances. So what are the odds that they're not going to make it into the last Super Weekend? Chances are they are. So you guys are right, kind of playing with that. But let's go ahead, jump into our very last match of today on Erangel, once again with Hot Jukes and Mustache Shave.
Game time. Let's go, everybody. You know what? I got to comment on something I just heard over there.
Comment.
7WG said there's no prize pool, dude, for this right here, dude. Let me tell you right now. Twitter bio. That's the prize, dude. You know, the bragging rights. We got first place on the Super Weekends going into the finals. That's what teams are fighting for right now.
All right. Hey, everybody can have an opinion. That's your opinion, Hot Jukes, and I respect it. Talk about respecting a couple things out here. The plane path. Look at this, man. All the way pretty much downtown, right? I mean, look at how south this plane path is. Southeast, to be exact. I'm really curious if teams are going to be dropping it hot, getting some vehicles, and then sending it up there to that north, that west side that they tend to go towards. And the zone said, hey, plane path, you do you, because I'm going to that west side. West side, best side.
Zone said skirt. I mean, literally just... Oh! Is he gonna... Okay. Hello? Besiktas. I mean, I'm surprised he just dipped. He actually got off and gonna survive. Matic turned around, was thinking, what happened there? I don't know if they realized. I honestly don't think Navi realized that was a different player. I really don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that was too fast, and he was like, oh yeah, teammate, hop in the back, and just drove off.
Imagine just driving and like turning your head behind you and being like, who's this? Who's this with me? Team?
Squad on me, dude. Squad on me.
So, okay. Well, that was something else. And talk about being something else. Unicorns of Love. Really nice little drop spot. They are still in their parachutes heading over here to Quarry.
No.
But Buluk.
No.
Versus Football is early game action right here.
Too early. Too early if you're a Buluk Chapton fan. This is rough. I mean, so far they've played, this is the last game. They've got 5 points on the first day of the Super Weekend. Not the finish. Now, Madion is crawling away. And
he could do it. He could do it.
If the rest of his team was nearby, they could have gotten this res off. You can see Lutz is way up there up top, getting some off angles. Trying to get some sight lines. Oh, and he sees him. And he doesn't want to shoot yet. He doesn't want to shoot yet. Doesn't want to give away his position. That's very smart.
Singles
So he's kind of waiting for that fight, just giving the intel to the rest of his squad. And Rom's going to get the first finish, first blood of the last match here today. And, okay, when is he going to stop? Okay, there you go. Now it's time. Wide out in the open. Catches one. Goes for the second, but gets shut down quickly from Elaine. Dude, that was a clutch shot that had to happen. Unfortunately, the rest of his team is wide out in the open. He throws the support smokes. It may be just a little too late, though. Solk's got the M4, and he's coming for him.
I saw the single tap M16 versus Mini right there. And honestly, I feel like Solk and team, they need to, like, push now. I feel like just take advantage of this one. And, ooh, they're going to be throwing a molly into those smokes. Very smart play. But the reason I'm saying push now is because you want to secure these points and then have enough time to pick up loots up there on the high ground.
Yes, so they have to finish this quickly, but Baluk Chaptan does get the reset. Okay, so instead, Footballist goes for the full reset. They say, you know what, we'll just wait. Let's have Lavazin go pick up loots real quick, and then we'll have 2 up on the bottom, and then we'll have 2 on top. And with them both getting these revives, they might pop them out this vehicle if they're not careful. Yep, boom, instantly. Fernand goes down, and they're going to lose another member. Some beautiful shots down the way. But it's just going to be Reyes and Elaine Kidd. The last one's alive for Baluk Chaptan.
Fortunately,
and they have no... Lutz! Said, we got a runner. We got a runner. Honey goes down, gets another one! Baluk Chaptan cannot catch a break. Reyes, can he get away?
Not done.
Oh, Lutz. Lutz, if this was a car, it should be a police car because he has got the lights on and he is hunting down Reyes. Looking to throw him into jail. Jail being the lobby, of course. But Reyes able to slip away. Lutz for the time being. He's going to go into hiding.
Yeah. Reyes probably on edge right now. You have to assume.
I don't even think so. You're on edge. No. I think you're just going, ugh, you know?
Oh, no.
What's worse, Dave? When this kind of situation happens, head down or head up?
Neither, honestly.
Just looking straight?
I think
just dead in the eyes?
I need a bag, right?
Oh.
Don't want to see nothing.
Hate to see it, dude. You
don't want
hate
to see
to
nothing.
see it.
So Reyes, fortunate for Reyes, though, they can utilize the southern highway, I'm going to call it, on a military base and kind of go for that trash loot, try to get some heals, some meds, and maybe some armor, and then probably get a nice little wide wrap swim to get into circle number 1, because there's a ton of water in circle number 1. So they have some options there to kind of try to survive here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long they're going to be able to survive for now. Zone's still far over onto the west side by side. And Silas is putting some shots onto Ghost on the way over. S2G can just ball out. They can do whatever they want here at this point. And this is the kind of scary part, is when you have so many teams up on top, teams at the bottom, honestly, really got to watch their back here, because they could really get gate kept in these super weekends if they're not careful. And I don't think STG's decided to do it yet. I think STG's just chilling.
I think Ghost, too, kind of in a safe spot, too. But I think where the real kind of discussion starts to come about is when you have teams like S2G, you got teams like A7, Ghost, teams who are pretty secure. When they're constantly fighting each other, those are going to be points that teams like Buluk, like Besiktas need, right? The teams at the very bottom, they're going to be watching a kill feed at these teams just kind of fighting each other who don't really need the points. Meanwhile, Buluk with 5, they need all the points. So you have to look at it in that sense, in my opinion, Hot Jukes, is these bottom teams who are not in that top 16 on the overall from the Super Weekend leaderboard. They're going to be looking at it like, man, I wish we could get them points.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And the problem is like one other thing that you have to wish for is, you know, what strategies are these guys going to be playing towards the end? Vecta with the surprise! Dude. Hello! Check your corners, baby! Here I am. Just get 1 point, steals it away. He's going to go ahead and just fully send it out into the open to try to get away from this one. is able to hold the angle. Supermassive Blaze. Yeah, do lose a member just because of that right there. I mean, I guarantee you, he's just screaming, "What are you doing there? You know, what was he doing there?"
Dude, oh, and
Just
look
wait.
at this. Knights behind him too, kind of driving around. So Knights might be causing a nice little distraction.
Good for Yekta.
Yeah, next Rhea to provide the support. And now it's like the table's almost turned, and now Tron's the solo out here in the compounds. Because their team's kind of dealing with Knights right behind them on the high ground.
Next Rhea, they're going to be able to group up completely, and if they do recognize that Tron is all by himself, they're going to full send it on him. Alucard finds Cooter from that really far off angle and just get the confirm on him. So he's going to go down. I'm so surprised he got thirsted from that position. Unable to get any assistance. Frozen, man, just gonna mourn his teammate here, and it looks like they're gonna hop into vehicles and head on out. Got one kill, but lost one in the process. You hate to see it. Oh, so back what I was saying though.
What were you saying?
I think the problem is for some of these squads is, you know, with S2G and all the teams on top, they're safe, right? We know they're gonna make it to the finals
top
pretty much
16.
at this point.
Top 16 is the goal.
So they're good. The problem is, you know, the teams at the bottom, they are fighting for their lives, right, to try and make it up on top. If you're the top teams at this point, I think you're only doing like new strategies. You're seeing this as practice time for the finals. You know, you don't want to give away those really hardcore strats that you normally use, but you also want to practice them at the same time. So teams at the bottom, if they do find success here, I think at this point on, they have to take it with a grain of salt. And not just think that, oh, it worked so well those last few days, it's going to work in the finals. Finals, I guarantee you, all these teams here at the top are going to be playing a different game.
Yeah, and I agree with you 1,000% on that one. Now's the time, if you are at the top, to try to tighten up, right? And try new things. Like we saw last game from Ghost, they pulled off their Paradise drop spot, right? So teams are definitely trying new things. Tensa trying to get that quick flick 360 UMP play right there. Not able to do so. Talk about trying new things. Pulling up on the bike, tossing some smokes. They're looking to seal the deal. Silas, I'm a sneaky snake, said. Catch a Mayo.
Oh,
get Spec.
Spec got him.
Fortunately, Spec got him back.
I was going to say, Ghost trying a new thing of trying to take out S2G. Spec, you know, trying to make it happen here when the 1v1 gets him so low and loses it. So, I mean, for S2G, this is business as usual.
Oh, who's that, though?
Is that Rise?
Rise.
Oh, he's going to take off. Yeah, he's going to take off before Nunez comes in and steals away the point. Does he see him?
Nunez?
Nunez! Turn around!
A free point.
Oh,
okay.
there it is.
There it is.
Take it to the bank.
Take it to the bank. And not only that, look at all the loot. Oh, Nunez is swole, by the way. Look at all the loot,
free.
Though. Free loot. Nice spot.
Man.
Nice loot. A couple vehicles. Like, this
That's
is...
the come up.
This is come up. This is what you want. This is perfect.
Moon, dude, Rise. Yeah, nice little pre-fire, you know, just pretending
Let
they
him know.
were in an engagement, you know. Xenox. Oh, okay. Bust out the Bolty. It's something I've been waiting to see. Honestly, dude, bolt action plays are some of my favorite to watch, and I want to see more of them. I want to see more of them at this high level day, but you know what the problem is?
What's the problem?
Snipers are too fast.
Too fast.
They're too fast. The observers are
You know
just
who
like,
else is
man.
too fast? Loot.
Loot. Yeah, Loot. Pedal
Dude,
to the
this dude
pedal.
just drove through like 3
Danger
different
zone.
teams.
Yep. Sending it on through.
Yeah, and I think snipers, bolties, I think really benefit those players who play that anchor position like Lavison, always overwatching, always playing that overlook position for the team to give them that room to make these plays with that 3-1 split. So we'll see, though. We haven't really seen much this season when it comes to bolties. A lot of M249s. Yeah, a lot of M249s, I would say. And a lot of UMPs.
The hard part is that with bolties, I mean, they're just so quick. When you see one of these players, they'll switch to it, flick on them real quick, get that shot, and then switch back to their main weapon. And if you're not waiting for that as an observer, you're gonna miss it every single time. So,
well, Jukes, real quick before the action happens,
what's up?
There is gonna be the longest distance sniper kill this year, the Eagle Eye War. So, bolties, they do matter. They do count. So keep that in mind.
I want to see it. I want to see who's
$2,000
going to be able to get it. Oh, that. Take it to the bank. Take it to the bank. But I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see the shot. I want to see the bullet drop from long range. You know. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll catch some more of that action here. But look at that, though. Wow. Vecta catching Papi Potro out with a nice headshot dink right there towards the end. Let's get another kill there. Next, Rhea getting good finishes here at the start. They do have a good position all the way to the west side. And they're just going to kind of hold up here for now. Other positions, other squads, the Knights out of this circle. They're going to be moving right in. Reyes is way over there by Fairy Pier. But Luke Chopdon, the last remaining member, he is not even close to the zone. And he's just trying to survive. I think he's just hunting down for first aids at this point.
Still alive, and that's the goal here. 14th place will get them 0 points. So they don't want to get taken out right here, right now. But Na'Vi looking to take out Soul K, currently pinned down. Yep, eventually we'll be able to connect, but we talk about this all the time. We got Football is currently under fire, but in the distance, A7,
Oh my
and
gosh.
Na'Vi. Like, listen, if you're in the chat, I know, we talk about it a lot, but they're always next to each other. They're always on the cusp, on the precipice of getting into a gunfight. And it's an important topic because these are two really strong teams in the lobby who tend to soak up a lot of the points.
Dude, it's like in the school of PUBG, right? It looks like the IGLs from Alpha 7 and Na'Vi just sat side by side, you know? Like they've been playing the same game, always in the same positions, always catching each other, always nearby, just like magnets, always attracted to that action. And you can see the rest of Na'Vi are going to be just on the other side of this hill for now, looking to be, you know, some near-distance neighbors with Alpha 7, but I guarantee you, if they get that entry knock, they're going to full send it. Oh, look at this Kelsey driving away. The pops the tires out the buggy, and there goes Supermassive Blades.
There they go. Yep. I think at this point, it's like A7 kind of sitting next to, no, Na'Vi sitting next to A7 and peeking over at their homework, you know, kind of see what the answers are. So they are going to clash very shortly. That's a fact. And Unicorns love Roll Kiss, the IGL, always in the front lines doing the scouting, always the first one to get taken out. But Black Dragons, little split they got going on down there in the south of this new circle shift. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to group up. Ray is still alive for Boo Luke. We got to keep tabs on that solo. But over here, Frozen. You know what I see? Frozen has a boulder this time around. Unlocking the true potential.
Kills. I'm telling you, Frozen near a rock, he's getting points all day long. At least one. We just saw it.
One.
Just saw it. That was actually a really good circle shift for Reyes. Huge one, actually. Yeah, I mean, that circle going to the south, he's going to be able to rotate, hug that blue zone, hopefully find one of those buildings at the edge. He's going to hug that corner and just kind of wait it out. So really good finish. Oh, Falky taking out some tires for Furious Gaming, and that will make you furious. I guarantee you that one hurts.
Scream trying to take some retaliation shots back in return.
I just bought those.
Fresh tires here. And that's why being aware of where you park your vehicles, we see a lot of players, they position them between boulders, between walls, between buildings, and they just try to eliminate as many sightlines as possible on these vehicles, because we see vehicles, especially mid to late game, they are crucial when you don't get the zone, or when there's zones with no cover. We see Ghost Gaming, a prime example. I know they're dead now, but they really stand out to me when you look at teams and vehicle strategies here. Got to keep them towers alive. Got it.
Especially, I mean, like, it also depends on the map, right? Erangel, you definitely want to have those 4 cars up towards the end. In Miramar, you're like wanting to put those vehicles behind like Fort Knox. You know, you got to have those vehicles no matter what towards the end. So, I mean, especially here, got to keep those tires, got to keep those vehicles up. And if the players catch one of them, see them out in the open, they're popping them all day long like we just saw.
Everything adds up in this game. It's like everything adds up. You take some pot shots, you inflict some damage, you make your enemy go into their meds, you make them reconsider if they want to peek this or not, because their armor is going to get taken out, and tires, utilities, smokes, everything in this game adds up. So just got to keep in mind them tires, man. Crucial.
Oh man,
Talking about tires.
If you're able to delay, like if you're able to delay a player just for a couple of seconds, that could literally be the difference between your team going out in 13th or 2nd place. Like that's how crazy, like you're talking about. I gotta agree, those micro plays, so huge. And we see, oh, looks like we're gonna see team go out right there. It's Footballist going out to Alpha 7. 12 teams remaining. Coops, the birthday boy.
Yeah.
Black Dragons. Gets a nice little kill there. Nice present.
Coops got a nice grenade onto 2 of the Black Dragons too, as we see him with 3 kills so far. Not stopping, as they are going to be making their way up this hill, trying to take out, I believe, the last remaining member of Black Dragons. Oh, they got Golden up somewhere.
Yeah, they sure do. Here comes Coops. He's going to full send it. He's going to get the spot and get another kill. So, Coops, now 1 year older. Still got them young man reaction times, Dave. Still got them young man reaction times.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I was looking at his player earnings, and I was just thinking, like, man, player earnings, if I had these earnings at the age of 16 or 17, my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right. Like, wow is right. So, dedication. I mean, loving the game. He's gaming. I say it a lot, but Coops.
But that guy's definitely gaming.
He's gaming.
Without a
Yeah,
doubt.
he's definitely gaming. Next zone goes up, so let's see how much he's going to be gaming here now, as they're not favored in this next circle, and next Rhea are going to be in a nice position to gatekeep them.
I love to see a lot of these players utilizing that single tap a lot more. You know, we see that full spray and how effective it is, but I think just accuracy and hitting those shots is so huge. The beautiful pull-up from Aton, like you mentioned, onto Rise. Mufasa just go down in the front line. And Aton looking to make some noise here. Can Gary and Rise hold it down? Beautiful nade there from Nunez to buy them a little bit of time, but here comes Navi. Oh, wait, forget the third party. We're going to Alpha 7, baby. This is what we do.
That is so funny. Navi, I thought we're going to be pulling up trying to get the third party, but instead they're clashing with A7 and Cardi. B with the grenades right there.
The double.
It's up to Gary. 1v4.
Legend. He's done it once before. Can he do it again? That is my question. Gary, he's in the building. Navi making some noise. Dexa trying to catch some ankles there. Putting some pressure behind the tree. Carrillo gets knocked. So Matic holding this tree. It's working out for him so far. That Molotov is good, though. That is on point. I mean, wow. What a molly. Beautifully done. And now Navi trying to get this reset is Revo. Is she gonna try to? Okay, I was about to say in the vehicle trying to make something happen. Look at the bottom though.
Gary.
It's Gary. Oh, tried.
So close.
Tried his best.
Yeah, tried his best. I counted about 3 mollies in that second story. But back to Matic. I mean, you see that molly coming right at you. Are they gonna be able to get the pickup? Oh, right in time. We have to assume Sanhok knows exactly what's going on behind that smoke. Gonna be tossing 1, 2, maybe even 3 grenades to seal the deal.
Katsune's hurt really bad, and Tixie is in a lot of trouble too. He's got the blue zone to his back. Papa Blue coming in hot, and Sanhok realizes that. Here they go. They're gonna start pre-firing this entire line, and they get the ankles of the last remaining member of Navi, Tixie. Alpha 7 getting the better of Navi once again.
Mowing them down. I want a counter. Chat, I'm asking you, keep a counter for us, please. We need some type of, yeah, we need some type of number. How many times, you know? Who's up? Navi versus A7 when they get into these engagements. I want to say, if I had to guess, just off the top of my head, A7 are definitely above when we look at those 4v4s or 3v3s or whatever between the two. But definitely an interesting number. Next zone goes up, though, all the way down in the south. Knights, Fenerbahce, favored. Let's see, though. Aton, Besiktas, A7 in the north. They're going to have to reposition here.
I want to see that graphic as well. I mean, we see these teams just go at it so many times, back and forth. Besiktas, team that's having to get into it with Aton now. They're full defense mode, smoked out completely, trying to get these resets. Cardi with the jump nades, finding like a heat-seeking missile right on target. And they're going to full send it on in here with those knocks. They want these kills. They want these thirsts. Cardi's going to go into the blue zone here. Does he see the last remaining member? He's pre-firing that window just in case. Has to switch guns and gets it done. So Aton, wow. taking
Cardi.
down Besiktas. Cardi. All right.
Yeah. Wow, Cardi. I think that was like the fourth grenade that Cardi's hit this game
Oh,
alone.
there goes Cardi, though.
It is what it is. It is what it is. But Cardi, with the aggression, able to get some kill points right there before getting exploded in that vehicle from downtown.
Few squads still left and up and remaining. Fenerbahce still up. Gonna catch some shots on a big Milo, taking out Furious Gaming. Trigger's on the other side, right dead center of the map here. So Trigger is gonna be very, very careful here. Smoked himself out, buying himself some time. Alpha 7 still up. That's the squad I think you guys just have to keep your eyes on no matter what. Even if they have 1 or 2 players, they could definitely make some magic happen. But they got 3 right now. Revo's still up. We saw what he did in that Erangel match before, and he's gonna catch Trigger slipping. There goes Furious Gaming.
Yeah, I think Aton, they're going to need to make up their minds. Do they take the fight with Knights, or do they opt to go over the hill and take out A7? And I feel like if Aton can make up that decision and win whatever fight they do decide to take, that'll set them up for a solid chicken dinner. We do see those smokes, though, and it looks like they're kind of indecisive right now on which way they want to push.
And that makes total sense. It makes total sense. Because whichever way they go, they know for a fact they're going to get third party from the other side. So, like, they are dead center in between, and they have to decide which fight they're going to take. They do have hill priority on Alpha 7. I think that's the fight that you have to go for here. Ooh. And since they're just kind of waiting and sitting and indecisive, the pressure is now being applied from both ends regardless. All the utility used against them. Aton's in trouble. And here comes Xenox. Up close and personal. Gets the head dink, but turned on in return.
Oh,
and now, here they go. Third party. Right from the side. This is what they were waiting for. Alpha 7. Now Coops gonna run away from this one.
12 kills. Pulling back just a little bit, tossing a smoke, probably calling for Xenox to crawl towards him to get that reset. But you mentioned it perfectly right there. Zayton really not making up their minds and eventually got sandwiched and taken out.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, they didn't decide because, they knew the second they engaged that third party was coming, but you have to decide. You just have to send it at some point because the longer you wait, the fight's going to come to you, and that's exactly what happened. So instead of possibly eliminating one team and going after, they go out as the first squad in that engagement. So Alpha 7 still rocking their full trio. The Knights, Birthday Boy, Coops with Xenox. Falky is going to have to get into it here, so he's going to get caught out and spotted. I would think it would have been better for him to just play it very quiet, but instead opted to make some noise. Oh, that nade barely bounces off that rock there. Oh, it's going to be a smoke, so Coops opting to eliminate that sightline. Not a bad decision.
Yeah, I almost wish that the solo from Fenerbahce would have kind of focused on A7, maybe take out one of the members from A7 so the Knights have a good chance to get a winner chicken dinner 2 times in a row just for the Birthday Boy. But let's see, Xenox though, pushing through the smokes. They know for a fact there's going to be somebody here.
Falky! Got him! Okay, so but with that,
push.
yeah, full send all day long. They know the situation. They're gonna come on up on top. They're gonna get the flush onto the Birthday Boy. That's the present that Alpha 7 had for him today. And Xenox, no matter how good you are, going against 3 members of Alpha 7 towards the end, you ain't gonna stand a chance, baby. Alpha 7, last chicken dinner here of this super weekend. Man.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. And you have to give it to A7. Ton of kills, but just go back to the Aton fight. We talk about teams being indecisive, not sure which way to go, where to push. They know they need to make a move. They know they need to make a play, but they get stuck. Maybe the IGL is making a call, maybe someone else, the co-IGL is like, I don't know if we should do that. But every second counts, especially late game. And I'm kind of wrapping it in with A7. They saw the kill feed, they saw Knights, one of them get taken down. They don't even think, they just do. They just push. Yep. And almost as quick as that knock happened, the game was done. They won. So you got to be on your toes and you got to make these quick decisions. And I feel like if Aton would have done that this previous game, he might have been looking at a chicken dinner, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, it's totally possible. I think that, at this high level, I mean, every team that's here is some of the best teams on the planet, right? But I think the difference that we see from those top echelon teams, the teams at the top right now versus those teams in the middle at the bottom, is exactly that. Is like all these squads, when the play is very obvious, they're making the instant decision, right? Because they're that good. Every single team on that we're watching here. But the top teams, when the decision's tough, when it's that coin flip, 50-50, the top teams, zero hesitation. I mean, instant. Alpha 7, they decide left or right. Go, go, go. And we see, you know, some teams here, we see a little hesitation, you know, some more than others, but that little hesitation, man, it'll get you killed every time.
Yeah, that hesitation will definitely bite you in the butt, and you just cannot get caught slipping out here. Well, these highlights, a lot of players caught slipping.
Gosh.
Pull up right there.
Against Ghost as well. I mean, just mowing them down. I mean, these vehicle runover plays have become so prominent in the meta. And getting that last little dink towards the end. You love to hear that sound. Kitsude getting some nice kills as well. I mean, the laydown plays from long range. Oh, look at that long range shot. Talk about threading the needle.
Woo! That was like between two wooden crates, between two windows and a doorway. This is a nice Cardi. This is a nice highlight reel with these long-range shots.
The nades coming in big. So much long-range action. I mean, these players have gotten just so good when it comes to this gun skill. Full spray all the way across the map. There goes Xenox. Yeah, catching Cardi after he made that nice play. And yeah, this is towards the end here. You see Alpha 7, A-Time hesitating just a little too long, and then just getting sandwiched between both these squads.
Yeah, good old mash and Erangel sandwich. Xenox, go for that wraparound. Oops, was tagged in the process, and then almost just like that, a snap of a finger. A7 coming up from behind with their trio to get the winner chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the games for day number 1. Let's hear what the desk have to say about that last game.
Thanks, Dave and Jukes once again. Yeah, 7's doing it already. Ooh, that was an amazing last game as well. I think we were, oh my god, all the games today were just absolutely insane. 7, let's just start with the obvious ones though. It's Alpha 7 and PK.
Alpha 7, I mean, for them to be able to get a chicken dinner, this is the second chicken dinner now in 2 super weekends, so that's pretty nice. Then with Knights, I mean, we're talking about them not being flashy. Back-to-back games now with them actually being flashy. And, I mean, Alpha 7, even when we don't want to talk about it, we have to. Alpha 7 and Navi once again getting into engagement. Alpha 7 being able to come out on top of that one, Glitter, as we do see here towards the end. SMB and Ghost and Birthday Boy getting that MVP.
Closing out the day with the MVP. This is huge for Coops. Obviously, over 1k damage, 40% of the team's contribution for those 6 elims. Every time Knights does well, Coops is typically somewhere because of that, right? Like whether he's gonna have the most elims, where he's the full-on MVP, contributing so much damage to the overall squad. But I feel like once Knights finds their rhythm every single time, it's really, really hard for them to slow down after that. And we did talk about it, 7. We wanted to see the final game have that collision of Navi and A7, and we got that.
Yeah, they were listening, all right? That's what I'm going to toss it to. They were listening. They know we wanted to get that fight. As we do get here the most damage for the last match, Coops, the MVP, being able to get it. And then the Alpha 7 players. Actually, I'm surprised to see Senna texted there. Pleasant surprise there to see him 748 damage. That's not bad. Revo being able to get 776. Not bad at all either. Now, some of the other teams, Fenerbahce, we've been talking about that team for the longest time. We've been saying, hey, try to get some points. It doesn't have to be flashy. Just try to get some points. And Glitter, they were able to at least get 12 points in that last game.
Yeah, that was a really strong way for Fenerbahce to close out the day, as we see the most assists up here on our screen, with Silas in top, up top at 4. Nice to see S2G at least making an appearance here on some of our top standings as well. And then this is going to be the overall for just this weekend so far, okay? Which means that A7 and PK, after that last game performance, do just barely squeak out above Besiktas, but that's another squad that we have to give a little bit of love to. I mean, they had literally, there was no world where they could fail. They had to have a solid performance, and they already did so on the first day.
Oh, for sure. Being able to secure at least more than, 12 points per match today, that's just impressive out of Besiktas. And if they continue that performance, it's not just Mad Bulls that is going to have to worry. Some of the other teams are definitely going to have to worry. I know the casters at one point earlier today, they were talking about Exit and Team Queso maybe still having a chance. When you have teams that are making it to the first Super Weekend and they're playing like this right now, it's looking a little bit slim. Now, this is the overall rankings between both of the Super Weekends. We do have SCG still towards the top. Now, off the 7, getting a little bit closer, being able to close it down. They have 224 points to their name. Knights as well, moving from that 6th place, I believe that they started at the beginning of the day, to now at 3rd place. Loving seeing that. Unicorns of Love as well. Fenerbahce being the team there currently with the 0 chicken dinners. They still haven't been able to get it. And then you were talking about it earlier too, Glitter. Navi, at least now within those top 10, but they also haven't been able to secure chicken dinner during Super Weekend.
Yeah, and this second page is actually really what I wanted to see, okay? Because you can see Mad Bulls there at 98. Now, they're one of those teams that's currently not playing. So that's kind of where we've set that benchmark for points. And then Besiktas is only 2 spots below them. They got 61 points, okay? They essentially did 2/3 of the work that Mad Bulls did the entire Super Weekend last weekend. They did that here in day number 1. As we look at our total elimination ranking for this first Super Weekend day of the second Super Weekend, it's actually Xenox by 1. Only 1 elimination 7, but Xenox is leading the pack right now, and then Coops follows right behind at 36, and Revo is actually in 3rd at 35. I mean, we're not getting the typical Koreas up here, and while Coops is up here, Xenox is also doing some serious heavy lifting for the Knights.
I'm so glad you said that. Glitter, we're finally getting what we have asked. What I think we've been asking for this. I'm trying to go back. PMPL NA maybe, and then going into PMPL Americas Championship. We've been talking about that dynamic duo. We've been talking about Xenox and Coops. When Xenox is actually going to be able to be that player that he knows he's capable, when he's going to be able to reach those heights. And this team is getting real scary with those two there at the top.
Oh man, it's nice to see. First of all, it's nice to see a couple of teams up towards the top of the overall. Knights finally taking their spot. I feel like they should be having in the 3rd place overall instead of that 6th place spot they started off on. And we already talked about Besiktas, but they're doing absolutely insane. Glitter, you said it yourself, the 2/3. The other team I want to talk about after all this is, of course, Blue Chobtown. It looks like those 2 teams, I was going to say we need to check on them. Besiktas, we don't need to keep checking on them. It's really at this point where we have to keep our eyes on Blue Chobtown and see now after this first day of the Super Weekend if they can go on ahead and build it up after these next 2 days. But also as a reminder to y'all can go on ahead and actually vote for your favorite teams and players in PUBG Mobile to go on ahead and get yourself some rewards. So get a voting ticket by logging into the game, watch live in the Esports Center, or share the voting page with your friends. You can find more information in the in-game Esports Center, but basically go play PUBG Mobile. Get millions of rewards, various pink level permanent items only during this PMGC period, including the PMGC exclusive treasure box. So watch PMGC live, get the PMGC token, and redeem it in the PMGC permanent items inside of the Esports Center. There are a couple of treasure boxes to keep an eye out for, along with potentially getting yourself some PMGC tokens by going on ahead and signing up for a community tournament with Game TV. So it's open to everyone. Go register and play, and you potentially get a PMGC token and Google Play card. Oh, wow. That was a mouthful, but also this was an amazing game full of very exciting games. I have to say, I feel like Seven, Glitter, you probably both agree that these matches were just, from the get-go, just super explosive. It's kind of setting us up to see what is going to be happening on these next 2 days of this second Super Weekend. But that's it for today. So thank you guys so much for, of course, tuning in to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League Super Weekend 2. And we'll catch you for day 2 tomorrow.